It also has like interesting. This is called the daylight computer. iPad. Yeah, it looks like a little iPad. This is like version 1 of what they're doing. It's fucking sick. Yeah, it's like, I never used a Kindle, but like, like a note taking. It's super slow. When you draw on it, this thing is super fast. You can zoom in and out of shit super fast, like PDFs. And when I sit in bed and read, I use like a like when you're looking at it, it looks like a piece of paper. Yeah. Wow. Check this out. Get started. Right now. Do this. When did you decide to do this? Switch over to this stuff. This is like in the last year. Oh yeah. So look at that. So it's like amber. Like so if I lay in bed at night and I'm reading like a PDF or a Kindle or something like this, I'm asleep in like 45 minutes. Like what's going on with this microphone? Oh shit. Did you disconnect it? I'm breaking it. Check. There we go. We're back. So yeah. So amber light. Yeah, amber light, and then like if I sit on my phone and read something, I can stay up all night. Or if I sit on my computer and read something, I stay up forever. This thing, I fall asleep. That doesn't keep me up because I don't because it doesn't have that blue light that's baked into it. So you use that as your primary computer? No. I just use this for reading and like note taking and shit. I'll on every podcast I do, I'm just like taking notes on it because it stores all my notes, and then I just read Kindles on it and PDFs and stuff. And you write the notes by hand? Yep. Okay, so yeah, it's like a little sketchy thing. And it's like super quick. And it's like fucking amazing. You don't type your note? Does it have a keyboard? Can you type on it? Yeah, you can. It has. It's like basically like an iPad. It's like so you can attach like a Bluetooth keyboard. You can type on it. Shit. It's super quick, super responsive. And what was the thought process about switching to something like this? Because so I got introduced to those guys when I started learning about like all of this circadian rhythm stuff and how like all these devices hijack your dopamine system and all this stuff. And there's like, hey, there are guys that they're working on this new technology that's like anti-big tech mind control, all the apps and everything like that with all the colors and all the everything that just like fucks with your brain and your eyes. And I was like, that's interesting. They're going in the opposite direction of normal tech and like Apple and all these things. So that'd be one, and I was just like fucking blown away. I thought it was super cool. I could sit out because I like to go outside like first thing in the morning when the sun's rising and spend at least like 2 or 3 hours like during the beginning of the day because I feel it just like charges me up for the day. I feel better when I'm outside, especially in Florida. The sun's really good, and so I'll go out there and I'll read on this thing. I can't read on anything else. My phone or like a computer screen. There's so much glare. This thing thrives in the outdoor sunlight. So it's like perfect. It's like reading like a piece of paper. Well, you think like it'd be best if phones were like that, so you can read text messages? But definitely healthier. Definitely healthier for us. Hello, fellow students. Jewish history is the same way. Right. Doesn't sound sure. Yeah. This thing's like that amber backlight that you can throw on at night if you're like inside or something like that. And so, how much of a change does it have in like your routine? 81 years old, and it's great because if I'm reading shit, which I typically do in the morning and at night, I don't personal stay up all night. It encourages me to go outside more because like typically in living rooms or for listen to podcasts or like make notes or read books, I can do it on that, and it works better outside. So it just makes me want to go outside, which I feel better when I'm outside. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. What's it called again? Daylight computer. Daylight. In this video, I would like to just tell you a little bit about who Michael Myers was and share a little bit about what he meant to me and some personal carry around. That's big. Yeah, that's a big. It's that little Patagonia bag. I just like I carried like home and like to the studio. How can it have some big stupid bezels? I don't know. It's version 1. So like, because it looks like they got some leftover iPad technology, Kindle technology. Sure, but I think when I was a graduate, very interesting. It definitely, I think they're going to eventually try to improve that. And like I said, that's like version 1. What would you like to scholar for their? They're trying to come up with their own eventually. Called the Holocaust. It's a lot of work to put all links to a few of his books. James McCann, one of the comics from last night, he had a new phone. I was like, what's this? He's like, it keeps you from being distracted. It only has like Spotify, things on it. One that shit ever camera, the black and white screen. Like really, it's like he's just trying to get off of his phone addiction. Yeah. So he's a much more like a phone run on the level. There's a lot of people that are kind of moving in that sort of high-tech direction. We'll just realize like something's going on. Like, I'm not happier.
He also wrote many other things. He wrote on
tweaking.
He wrote
thinking about where
trials.
I don't think the technology.
He's a very productive scholar.
Innovation
His books are really
all this new technology now that it's like exponentially taking off with AI. He does it
long after I
place,
left
I think
university, he went back to school to earn a
you
law
know, I've had
degree.
philosophers and people explain to me how like
What he was like as an instructor
the
was
advancement
really,
of like the technological
I started to look back like in the 1980s, before PowerPoint
equated with the natural
slides,
psychic mind.
just his
And
voice.
like when you listen to people like
And
Paul
there are a
Rose,
few
they talk
YouTube
about this a lot of time in the Amazon and like
what it
going
was
through the
like
jungle, how like awakens these deeper senses that you have
He never
inside
read
of us.
from his lecture notes,
And like
but he
it
always
makes me
had them,
wonder,
and they
like
were packed with concrete.
5,000
I
years ago,
remember listening to him
before we had the ability
he is so
to
carefully crafted his
offload our
lectures.
memories
He
on
speaks
phones
directly
and
and
computers
conversational
before
tone,
we even had the
but
fucking
he's got
written
his
word
notes to
and
provide
everyone to make
really
notes and stuff. We probably
important
had like
statistics,
way
dates,
better
with
memory.
tremendous precision.
We had we
What I remember as a
possibly
student was
likely
just
had
how
like
generous he was as an
a
instructor.
telepathic
So
way
always
of
deeply
communicating
engaged,
back then,
deeply
like
concerned
way
with
long
our
ago
ability
before we
and complexity of
letting
material
technology
presentation.
take over for what we do, like even for
Was
like
filled with a
mundane
deep
tasks now, which is
respect for
reaching
all
the
of the
pinnacle of
students.
LLMs, like telling us
Full
like
attention,
how to fucking write an email.
considered questions
Very,
very
short, don't
carefully, and he
remember phone
responded
numbers
fully
anymore. When I was a kid, I kept like 15 phone numbers in my head. Now I have 0. I have like maybe 1 or 2
what he
phone
was
numbers
like
I
as
can
a
remember.
mentor. Was
Everybody
such
just
a-
relies on their phone. There's so
I
many
will
people
share
that
with
can't
you
even
a
make their
little
way
bit
around
personal
town
background.
without their navigation system.
I
Completely
had the
forgot
great
how the
privilege
streets
of
connect.
having some
You know,
fantastic
there's a
mentors.
lot of digital atrophy or
But my
human
first
atrophy
field
being
of
caused
study
by
was
the
philosophy.
interface of the digital
I,
world. And it's all
I
getting
eventually
worse.
earned
There was a study recently on ChatGPT users.
undergraduate degree, actually. I use the word eventually because it
See
got
if we
me
can find it. It was a study of young
career
people and
where I
ubiquitous
sort
use
of
of
like
ChatGPT, like how many of them are using it and how much
falling out
effect it
with
has on their
Western
ability
back
to form their own thoughts and see through
And
things. They just
then when I
rely
met
on
my
this thing
wife,
to answer the questions for
I
them
become a
without
ski
pondering the
instructor.
question
I
themselves,
like
imagine
my
learning things.
just
They're just getting data.
ski instructor.
And a lot of that data
In the
doesn't
winters in
absorb.
Canada,
And my wife and all of her friends are using ChatGPT. Here it is.
But then I met my
ChatGPT
wife,
may be
and I had a
eroding
serious
critical
accident
thinking
during
skills
training, and I
according to
realized,
an MIT study.
I can't possibly
Totally makes sense.
build
Study divided 54 subjects, 18 to 39-year-olds from the Boston area into 3 groups and asked them to write several SAT essays
What do
using
I like to study?
OpenAI's ChatGPT,
I realized I liked
search
history.
engine, and
I realized
nothing
that
at all
what I liked about
respectable.
philosophy the best
Researchers used the
was the
EEG
history
to
of
look at the writer's
ideas. That was
brain
the
activity
history
for
of
32 regions and found that of
So I
the
said,
3
okay, I'm
groups,
going to go back to history.
ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement
Professor Maris
and
was,
consistently underperformed at neurolinguistic and behavioral levels. Over the course of several months, ChatGPT users got lazier with each subsequent essay,
for the first
often
2 years,
resorting
I
to
was a
copy
great
and paste by
student,
the end
and
of the
then I had
study.
this incident, where I
We're
gave
gonna
everything
just
up,
end
and
up
my
being a
grades,
residue
dropped
of a
precipitously.
species overridden
And
by our own creation.
he listened to me
Very
with his,
bizarre. Scary shit. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Because we're just all running
and
towards the
he
cliff.
said that
We're all like, yeah,
I should
well, you gotta
apply
do
for graduate school, and they'll take my application
Yeah,
seriously.
man. I
Even
think
though
we're
my
going to degree.
GPA
That's
dropped
what I think.
that terrible
We're
year.
going to realize that the
And
only
he
way
said that
for us to
many
survive
academics
is to integrate with artificial intelligence. I think people are going to choose, they're going to find God either in artificial intelligence or in nature. People that run the other way are going to realize.
Sure enough, thank God, I
He's
was
definitely going to
accepted
people
to
that worship artificial
on
intelligence instead of
rotation.
God. Yeah, that's right.
I didn't have that really.
That's for sure a thing. And it might actually be that. Maybe that's
so
what God is.
fortunate
That's how we make them.
Especially when I was
being
my postdoc
God
days,
forms
I did a
himself
postdoc at
through us.
university as well.
Like the way
I
God
got an
creates
office
us, he
right
instills us
behind
with this insatiable
Professor
need for
Maris's
technological
office,
innovation
and
until
he was
ultimately
right
they don't
next
blow
to my
themselves up
supervisor,
and achieve artificial
and
intelligence,
they were very
which then
close friends.
becomes
So
sentient,
I
which
had
then
the
makes better and better
wonderful
versions of
privilege
itself,
of
and
seeing
scale out with the
two
ultimate
senior
version of that.
scholars
The
interact
ultimate version of that
as
is God.
friends, and I often heard over the
Yeah, and
transom
then what are we?
Smith
With a
Hall,
chicken
their
in here?
conversation and their jokes, and
Well,
they're
this
singing and
thing,
so on,
man. Have you
occasionally
seen this
singing.
thing about the James Webb
And
Telescope
it was
change?
really
Dude, I was talking to Jesse Michael Live. Yeah, me and Jesse were talking about it yesterday too. Jesse's his phone's getting lit up. I'm gonna send you this Yeah, so I guess the story is like this background microwave radiation is not what we think it was. There's these mature universes that are out there that we just discovered. This is here. I'll send you the.
He was really someone who impressed on me that
Did you find it right?
history is an apprenticeship.
Webb telescope
Has
uncovers secrets of dark matter. Yeah, that's one of them. But I'll show you what this is. Because what this is essentially that just the galaxies they've shown.
Context, I feel much like I have had the
It makes up for the background microwave or whatever the microwave radiation that they associate with the Big Bang. So now, according to the Big Bang is fake.
I'm able to continue his legacy in future.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's how the door goes, and there's people, after each other, like rabbits, cats, and dogs.
It is exactly.
It was regular weather.
Thank you very much for listening to this
Yeah,
short
well, of course, people are going back and forth about it, but essentially what they're saying is this kind of it cancels out the idea of the Big Bang. And Penrose believed that it was a consistent cycle. Penrose believes it goes, Big Bang to expansion of the universe to compression to Big Bang with this constant cycle, never ending. It's not that the universe was formed at one period of time. It's like this constant state of happening. Which, is that more crazy than the universe happening at one time out of nothing? No, I mean, it's all crazy. Just the idea that it's 13 billion light years old, or 13 or 22 is even more crazier.
Yeah.
Okay, this is nuts, dude. A new paper shows that the cosmic microwave background radiation can be explained entirely by the energy of recently discovered early mature galaxies. With massive galaxies, the James Webb Space Telescope discovered which crushed the existing models of galaxy formation because they formed much earlier than astrophysicists thought possible. But now these EMGs turn out to account for the entire energy density of the cosmic microwave background radiation, which was believed to be a snapshot after the Big Bang, when the universe was 379,000 years old. The variations in the CMB were believed to be relics of quantum fluctuations in the dense plasma of the Big Bang. If these new findings are accepted, and there's no reason not to accept them, then all the following flagship findings in cosmology are thrown into question. Big Bang theory, foundational cosmological model undermined, cosmic inflation, loses observational justification, ACDM model, I don't know what that is, key parameters become outlined. So all this dark energy inferred from the CMB may be mischaracterized. Dark matter density, current estimates may be invalid. Age of the universe must be recalculated. Wild.
Yes, it's insane.
Wild shit. And I'm sure the people that have been preaching or that have been rather talking and teaching people about the Big Bang and writing books, they're going to fight back tooth and nail.
Yeah, of course.
They don't want to be wrong. But this James Webb Telescope, at the very least, has shown us mature galaxies that shouldn't have.
The fact checkers got it. Read your context.
This post claims CMB can be explained entirely by EMGs, implying ability, not probability. The EMGs turn out to account for the entire energy of the CMB radiation, but the paper says EMGs may account for anywhere between 1.4% and 100%. So it might account for 100%. That seems like you're nitpicking. Yes. It might account for 100%. Okay. Right. Either way, they're learning things, and they still have a very limited ability to observe, right? So the James Webb Telescope is so much better than the Hubble, so much better than anything else it was before. So they're finding new things out, but it's still limited in its capacity to see the universe. It can't see everything yet. So they'll probably have an even better one that they'll launch, and that will show us even more that we didn't know. And we're operating on a limited amount of data, and you're operating with this conviction that they're 100% correct about these timelines.
Yes.
And just these mature galaxies that exist where they shouldn't exist is enough to know that we don't know everything. And then this whole dark matter, dark energy thing, what is it? You don't even know what it is.
What? Well, we figured out that actually is mass, right? It has gravitational effects. Like they were forget who it was, but they were observing galaxies and they were looking at the spin. They found out that the center of the galaxy, it should be spinning faster than the outer rim of it, right? But they found out identical, which means that what they theorized is that dark matter, the mass of the dark matter around the galaxy has lots of mass, and it's flattening the spin rate of the galaxies. Which is interesting. There's this. Have you ever heard of this dude named Rolf Landauer? No. He has this theory that if you weighed a hard drive after you put data on it, it would weigh more than when it was empty, right? So, and his theory was that like every single hard drive server farm around the world right now, if you weighed it, if we had measuring equipment that was sensitive enough, and you could find the difference. He thinks that all the data stored would be like a kilogram or less right now. But the rate of data increase that we accumulate each year right now is like 25%, not equating for exponential growth, the technological, how that's going to ramp up. So somebody did the math there and said, it was Jason Giorgiani who did the math on this, and he said if you just keep the rate flat at 25% per year of data increase across the globe, in 340 years, we are going to have the mass of the moon on the surface of the Earth in data stored on hard drives. Yeah. So like the way he like lays this all out, I'll try to do my best, is that if you look at the laws of thermodynamics, like the two laws, one that energy can never be created or destroyed, and the other one, like entropy always increases over time. Entropy meaning disorder. It never goes down over time. Like hence the heat death of the universe will eventually happen. And so E equals mc squared. Energy and mass are interconvertible. And then there was this other dude, Claude Shannon, that data transmission with binary bits, ones and zeros. Right? So if computers are bound by if computers are bound by the laws of entropy and hard drives are bound by the laws of entropy, that means when a computer is blank, it's very low entropy because it's all ones or it's all zeros. When you add data, when you add a podcast to it, it goes 1 0 1 0 1 0. It's chaotic. Just from a pure physical perspective, it's high entropy. So what happens when you erase that hard drive? The energy has to leave. If it's mass on the hard drive, theoretically, this guy's right. If Rolf Landauer is right that data on the hard drive is mass, when you erase that, it has to go to energy outside of the hard drive, right? So he says, if you crack open a hard drive, you can't see that mass, right? It's invisible. It's electromagnetically indetectable. So he says, what other kind of mass do we know of that's electromagnetically indetectable? And he said, it's dark matter. So if mass is the same thing as information stored on a hard drive, that would mean not only is mass and energy interchangeable, but mass, energy, and information are interchangeable, right? So if dark matter is mass, you could then say that dark matter is a computational cloud of ones and zeros, and our consciousness is an interface to that gives it meaning. The same way a computer screen gives meaning to all the ones and zeros on the hard drive. Like you watch the video, it has meaning.
So this is the concept that consciousness engages with matter, and that is how it exists. That it exists because you're observing it.
Yeah. The only reason consciousness is to an information processing system. So instead of building up to what people try to do is build up to consciousness from dead atoms, protons and neutrons, right? How do you get to consciousness from that? But if you think of this as like a computational cloud of ones and zeros, and mass does equal information, well, that just means that our consciousness is a way to interface and give this simulation meaning. And funny enough, that theory really reconciles well with shit like parapsychology and like Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. Like when you solve one problem in one part of the world, and then like somebody breaks a world record in this country, and then a year later, 5 other people hit that same world record. Yeah. It's like conserving energy, the processing system conserving energy.
There's a scientist that he found computational code. You remember this guy, Jamie? that he believes that he found computational code that proves that like the universe is a simulation. But this guy, I tried to get him to come on the podcast, but he said I was anti-science because of the COVID vaccine stuff. This is a few years back, though. Maybe he's kind of woken up and changed his tune. I doubt it, though. Not indoctrinated. That's anti-science. Like, actual data is anti-science?
Yeah.
Whose data? Whose data you going by? We can have a conversation about that. Oh, yeah. I can show you some things.
You can have a great conversation.
Yeah,
I think you've said everything.
Have a seat. Let's go over some studies.
Is this the dude?
Yeah, that's the guy. So what was his, so this guy won't come on my show because he says I'm anti-science. But what is this discovery that he
That was
had?
from Tampa.
He found, what's the supposed discovery about the computational code? What did it say? Are we living in a computer simulation? Yeah, this is James Gates, theoretical physicist, University of Maryland. Auto-correcting codes. Click on that, Jamie. Scientific American article. Oh, I just read from there. Explored mathematical structure of string theory, specifically in the context of supersymmetry, and has found what he describes as error-correcting codes embedded within the equations. These codes are mathematical objects similar to those used in computer science for error detection and correction, such as in data transmission. While these findings are intriguing, it's important to note that they are not literal computer code, but rather mathematical structures that share similarities with coding theory. Yeah, it's important to learn that, but that's fucking crazy. Yeah, all of it is crazy. But James Gates, as of I think 2 years ago, wasn't willing to come on and talk about it.
Yeah, if I had $1 for a person who said they wouldn't come on, I would have like $5.
Why not? Why not come on and illuminate it?
Yeah, I had this. I don't want to say who she is, but like this lady had this amazing book on like the Greek weapons and poisons that they used to use for war. Like they used to like drop scorpions over. Amazing book. Like they used to light pigs on fire and like send them towards elephants, try to get the elephants to run away, and like throw bags of scorpions on people. I'm like, this fucking book is amazing. I need to get this lady. We're not academic enough, I guess, but I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What does it mean? We're just human beings having a conversation. You're the academic.
Yeah.
Come in and tell me what you know.
Yeah.
What's the big deal?
Yeah. Well, but you do a great job of like having both sides in, which I think is really cool. Like you have like the crazy French people who are like educated, self-educated, but are very smart in a certain way, and then other people who like have the academic credentials to sort of like for that and to see like who's really full of shit.
Yeah, you have to have all, because there are some people that they're self-taught. They've essentially just read shit tons of books. Yeah, they're brilliant people, and just because they're not classically educated doesn't mean they're incorrect. And there's only one way to find that out. Guys like Randall Carlson, he's a builder, okay? But the knowledge that he has about the impact theory, the Younger Dryas impact theory, and what probably ended the Ice Age and shaped a great part of North America, and how you can see it from space. And you can see when they look at the satellite imagery, it literally looks like things have been washed away. Yeah. It looks like massive water erosion. Like you can see the ripples on the ground that are akin to what it looks like when the tide pulls back on the sand. It all makes sense. And he knows so much about the actual science behind it. And he was talking about this a long time ago. I met him in Georgia, in Atlanta. That's where he's from. I met him in like 2003 or something like that, 2002, 2000. He was telling me about it back then. But back then, they didn't have the core samples that showed that there was significant impact evidence that was around, I think it was 11,800 years ago, and again, somewhere around 10,000 plus years ago. So I think we hit multiple times, and I think he's 100% right about that. I think Graham Hancock is 100% onto something. He's all this ancient apocalypse stuff, and the pushback against him is insane. They throw every terrible phrase at him they possibly can, every pejorative, racist, white supremacist, all these crazy things.
Yeah, I had Glenn Dibble on my podcast, like we talked about it.
Fascinating.
Yeah, he's great. I actually liked him.
He's a nice guy. When he's not calling you a racist.
When he's not in front of a keyboard.
Yeah. But he he's an anxiety-filled academic who is, fighting very hard to push his very specific view of things, and he tries to silence others. the way he did it with them was really not cool. It was shitty. It was very shitty.
Yeah. No, I think he had a lot of like interesting, legitimate things to say about like ancient Greeks and stuff like that. But like when we got to this stuff, it was just like, where did that fucking dude I was talking to 30 minutes ago go? He was just like, he was looking at this, and then all reason just flew out the window. You know, he was like, what do you mean they could do this? They stick a stone in there, they spin it around like this, and then you can get this. It's really easily. How dare you say that the dynastic Egyptians weren't able to create these vases? I'm like, I was like proposing other theories that like, Chris Dunn's, Jeffrey Drum's theories wanted absolutely nothing to do with it, and like,
we don't know.
That's the thing, exactly.
If Christopher Dunn had been teaching this in the 1800s and people had followed those theories and built upon them, and this was academic, like in universities, this was accepted, and this was what they were studying this, then he would be saying that. They would all be saying that. There's ample evidence that he's got a good point. That Christopher Dunn, the model that he uses when he's describing how he thinks that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a power plant is fascinating. The number, when he's talking about the ratios that you would need for the width of the walls, the surfaces, the way the things are made, they would all work. Yep. He's an engineer. Like he's on board. He knows what he's talking about. If this guy was teaching this stuff a long time ago and it was accepted by universities, that would be what we're talking about today. We'd be speculating how they did it, what they were doing, and what they were doing it for. And if we had known in the 1800s that we regularly travel into a comet storm, and that it happens, I think it's every June and November, we pass through we see it in the sky. We see meteor showers. You see, oh, look at the sky. Look at all the shooting stars. We're in a fucking shooting gallery. And occasionally one of those slams into the earth. Yeah. And when that stuff happens, we're fucked. And it's super likely that happened multiple times during human history. And it's super likely that that's why there's all these structures that nobody can explain, right? That are somehow or another predate modern civilization. Like Göbekli Tepe. That fucked them all up. Because before Göbekli Tepe, they had this 6,000
Welcome.
model. Yeah. Mesopotamia,
Hello, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Now they're like, maybe it's
I'm
Turkey.
good. How are
Turkey was the
you?
birthplace.
I'm
Which,
lovely.
of course, that has been talked about.
Are you ready?
Like where they're coming from.
Yes, we
from
can
them. I can
play.
see their point of view from
Excellent.
academics. Not that I would act like them, but
Let's
don't
go.
know where they act. But like when you spend your life, for example, like I think his parents were archaeologists named in Flint because of archaeology, and like you spent your whole life mucking through these different places, excavating shit, digging up rocks or wherever he was doing. No one ever paid attention to you. And then you have Graham Hancock come in, who was like personally
Okay, good.
fascinated by these things and
No,
dedicating his life to writing and researching on his own.
Go
But
get
not
him, girl.
academically, you could see like
Let's
how
go.
those
Let's
how
go.
those academic guys would be like super salty or
Okay.
something. I understand that. Oh, I get it. It's not an excuse for what he did, which I think was shitty. Right?
Yeah, it's not an excuse.
But like,
I understand their perspective, but it's ego-driven.
yeah.
And if we really were interested, you would take these heterodox
Come on,
scientists and you'd bring them in, and you would say,
Right.
like, what do you like? They're studying data. Guys like Graham Hancock and
Oh.
Randall Wilson, they're studying these things. Graham was just in Iraq. He just was going over there to look at like ancient Sumerian stuff.
Oh,
He sent me some photos of his trip. He said it was fascinating. Wow. Yeah, these structures they don't really understand them. We really don't. We
Nice
don't know
shite.
who really built the Aztec temples.
Thank
You know,
you.
like I was reading about Tenochtitlan.
Marla, you got it.
Like,
Bye.
they found it. The Aztecs found that there, and they don't even know who built it. Right. There's a bunch of those things. They're like a previous civilization existed in the same place. Fascinating discoveries.
You got it.
Figured out how to do agriculture.
You
Figured out
got
how to make
this.
grids and cities and make these incredible stone structures that are cosmologically connected somehow.
oh wow, that last one.
All over the world.
Good
All over
job.
the world. There's like people reinvent civilization in places where these ancient structures exist and even build upon them. They build over them.
Great
I
spare.
think there's probably so much shit that people were
Thank
able to do.
you. Now, Rabbi, you got this.
That would seem like magic to us today. Like kind of like getting back to what we were talking about with our senses that we don't really have today that probably have atrophied over millennia. Like
Oh no.
fart theory, which is amazing. You remember your fart theory?
Oh, how's it going?
Imagine if somebody farted and you didn't have a nose and you had this nose that enables you to survive and smell predator. Right? You have no idea. Fire. You have no idea. You're sitting there bathing in somebody's fart. Right. So like and like dogs and cats, when they go into weird houses and they notice like some sort of weird energy.
Somebody's butt.
People
That's
describe
funny.
energy in a house like this feels off. Like what is that?
Bye,
Like is there
bye.
something that really is there that we just don't have the organs anymore to detect, or something
You
in our
got that
brain
one.
that's atrophied over thousands of years that have stopped us being able to detect this stuff?
Well, think about how birds,
There we go.
they can figure out a way to travel like super accurately
Get it, Mr.
through the
Aquarius.
sky, but drawn by the magnetic force of the earth.
Yeah.
They have somehow or another they can figure out a way to navigate with the Earth's magnetic field. We don't even understand it, but they do it. They
Come on, everybody got
successfully
it.
every year. We know they do it. Yeah, that's a sense that they have that we don't have.
Right.
Like it's probably a fucking shit ton of. There's probably a bunch of things going on in the world that we're not interacting with because we don't have the senses for it.
Right.
Very good.
And
Oh, come on.
you know, one of the
Good
things
win,
that
Miss Aquarius.
I'm like really interested in lately.
Yeah,
is,
finally got one. We
this-
both won.
That's
you
right.
talk about this ability to
You
like
get this one,
download
brother. You gotta get this one this
you
time.
know, and you
I'll
look,
try.
I got this from a download or something like that. Talk about like I have an antenna, I can connect to something. But like for me, like that
Tough
connected.
split.
I've heard about people talking about that. I always thought
That's a
that
tough
was like
split.
you know, like at this sort of
Oh,
antenna
get
in
it.
your head
Okay, got one.
that connects you to
Okay, come on, Rabbi.
creativity and gives you the ability to
Right.
just create shit out of thin air. You know,
That's what I'm talking about.
I
Way
feel
to
like
go.
with people I've observed over my lifetime, I feel like that peaks at an early age, right?
Oh, look at you matching it.
Before you start the burden of like, the responsibilities of life
Right,
and all
Rabbi.
these mundane things in your life start to compile on, and you trade your dreams for securities. That spark starts to go away, you know, and like that could easily be described as something magical if it was way more powerful thousands of years ago. Like I really noticed this the other day. So the other day I was hanging out with Kirk, the lead guitarist for Metallica, and he was, for some reason, I don't know why, but he likes my show, and we were just like, you had a great show. We were talking, thank you, I appreciate it. It's weird, I feel like an imposter, and that's good. And that's why you're good at it.
Come on,
He
Rabbi.
loves this stuff. The
Take
dude's
another
like, he's in
stride.
his 60s, like early 60s,
Oh,
and
that
he's
was-
obsessed with all of these topics that
You can get them too.
you cover, I covered, a lot of people covered. He's like, at the same time, he's inspired to do shit, creating new music,
Nice
and like
strike.
coming up with new riffs, and wanting to do
Come on,
things.
Scott. You can do
He's had
it.
so much success,
Tough split.
toured everywhere for the last 40 years, being the
You got
number
one
one
there. You can get it too.
metal band in the world,
Hopefully, really
basically.
happy.
And
You
still
still got it.
like
No, no.
wanting to learn stuff. The dude's trying to
Rabbi got this.
translate ancient Greek music
You don't give up.
for his guitar and trying
Get
to
it.
figure out how to play this stuff. He can't figure it out. And he was telling me, he's like, dude, I think this wasn't recreational. He's like, I think this music was magical. He's like, I think they were performing magic.
What a
He thinks it was
spare.
religious, medical
Thank
rites.
you.
They were
Come on, Rabbi. You
music.
got
It wasn't
this now.
supposed to be
You're
entertainment
doing
back in
it.
the day.
Well, there is this weird connection
Get
between
it.
music and psychedelics, where music can sort of
Come on, Rabbi.
it changes the trip. Like if you listen
Ooh,
to
how didn't Jack get more?
Icaros are these Icaros are these
All right.
South American songs.
You win, I win.
that they play while you're doing
Yay.
ayahuasca.
We won.
Good
Undefeated.
Good job, Mr. Aquarius. You're almost dead.
I know. You want to play again?
No, then I'll keep playing and playing and playing. I have to learn to just be okay. I won, you won.
It's chaotic. You hear the songs, and these songs are like a
Now, you be
technology.
competitive with me. I'm just practicing. You're very competitive.
Because you listen to the songs and you like
You win, I win.
try to do these.
That's right. We both win.
That's right. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Dance.
Cherry chill. That's right. Uh-oh. There go your friends.
Uh-oh. Welcome, welcome.
So you are lying on the
Oh, I think I said that. My bad. I'm sorry, dude. I called you. I'm sorry.
What up, Zoo?
There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, it happened.
You at
He'll be back.
Get their life together.
Tech entrepreneurs.
Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
You just threw up.
All right, Miss Aquarius, you have sweet dreams, okay?
And this trip just starts coming on.
Okay, I will. You too. I stay here. I said I stay here the whole weekend, okay?
Excellent.
I heard the one that you had Luke on recently. The guy.
Right here.
Great. He had a great,
Wonderful.
Great little clip that he played.
Here we go. This is
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams to you as well.
Brother, it was Friday, right? I was asleep and I woke up, right? Because my leg was hurting. It was hurting, right? So I went and get my healing pad.
dances to this song.
So I woke up
When you're lying
and
there with
studied,
your eyes
went back to sleep, woke up again because I thought my tooth was like, my gum was like, I don't know, it was weird. I guess it was because I had that piece of it, I don't know. Thought
And
it
the
was
whole
right.
time
So
it's like a
went
method
and
for
came back and lay down. They
showing
hey, you come pop it up.
as you go
So
through
they
with
come,
the
they
music,
usually
there's
funny.
something comforting
They usually
about
funny in
the
that other
music
time.
and the way it
They was
dances
like,
to
who
the
is
music
that? How you
that
say
allows
your
you
name?
to
Where
relax.
about it? What about it? I was like, y'all is
Warm
funny.
itself.
I be listening to that, right?
Very well.
These guys figure this out.
Yeah, I be in there going to sleep too. I have my other phone in there.
The Metallica guys brought it right. Yeah. They were probably that music probably synchronized
It's
with the
crazy.
trips. Like when they were doing the Illicit Mysteries.
That's what's when I went to their concert in Tampa the other
I'm
day.
like, I see it in the model, okay?
Like,
Miss Aquarius.
being in that stadium, the Buck Stadium, where there was 9,000 people, every seat in that arena was full.
And you're there it is.
Lightning strikes happens. It
Look
is
at this.
insane.
Look at this. Lightning
They
strike
called
out
it
of
an earthquake.
That's super dangerous, but that's badass.
That is fucking insane. Ride the lightning.
That's so dangerous.
Dude, being there with 90,000 people, the light, the thundering electric guitars, and the fire, the pyrotechnics, and all those people like focusing, like all 90,000 people, every atom in their body is vibrating at the same frequency.
Yeah.
And it just like that, it's like magic that penetrates every fiber of your being. And if I was a dude from 2,000 years ago and took a time machine to that Metallica concert, those dudes are gods.
Right.
They're fucking gods. I think that's what Illicit Mysteries probably was.
Well, they probably had music that enhanced the trip. They probably guided the trip. They probably learned how to do it while they were tripping. Like they figured out so much. They figured out democracy. They started so much of what we think of as like Western government.
Yeah. The scientific method, democracy, all this stuff.
Tripping balls. The Romans came along and said, stop.
Yep.
We're here to make slaves out of you fucking people. We don't want you.
Right. Yeah, that was they killed Eleusis in like what 400 AD, I think.
Well, they did exactly the same things the Nixon administration did to psychedelics in this country. They're like, when they were turning everything Schedule 1 to try to stop the anti-war movement, the civil rights movement, that's the exact same thing. Like the governments, when they get to a certain position of power, they're not representing the people anymore. Now they're the fucking jackbooted thugs that tell you what you can and can't do based on how inconvenient it is for you to be doing that for them running things.
Right. Opposite of what it should be. It's the opposite of what got us here, I think, bro.
Yeah, Mexicans. Good luck.
This dude on my show, speaking of the academic strike between the academics and the self-taught online people, influencers, whatever you want to call them. This dude was kicked out of his university first of all, he wrote a dissertation on ancient pharmacy, Roman pharmacy, and Greek pharmacy. And it was a dissertation based on this guy named Galen, who was like the Surgeon General of ancient Rome. And he had a chapter in his dissertation, his PhD dissertation, about recreational drugs in Rome. And the head of the department reviewed his dissertation and said, everything looks great, delete the section on recreational drugs in ancient Rome. So he's like, okay, why? They're like, because the Romans wouldn't do such a thing. So he's like, okay, he deleted it, and then submitted it, got his PhD, and then wrote a book based on that part of the dissertation that he left out. The book was called The Chemical Muse. And I learned about this from Hamilton Forrest. He did a podcast with the dude first. he was basically making the case that drugs were ubiquitous in antiquity during the Roman times. Like they were being used for everything because people were not dying from old age; they were dying from war, hand-to-hand combat, famine, plague, infection, all these things, infection. So like people were constantly using drugs, and there was a law in ancient Rome that he said there was only one law when it came to using drugs, and that was that you were not allowed to kill people with drugs. You were not allowed to murder people, which is why Marcus Aurelius was using this drug compound called a theriac. And the theriac was a concoction of like 11 different North African vipers, their flesh and their venom, combined with opium and all kinds of like bodily fluids, and he was using this as like a performance-enhancing drug. Wow! Because people were trying to assassinate him with poisons. That's how they assassinated people. They were using scorpions, poisons, arrows, all different kinds of weird things to sneak in and kill him. So he was drinking theriac to build up his immune system against the venoms. And this dude Galen, who wrote about this shit, he was talking about he was Marcus Aurelius' physician. And he was like, Marcus Aurelius, he's like, it's getting ridiculous, it's getting annoying. I keep having to up his opium dose. He's using more and more fucking opium. I can't get him off of it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And so Galen, the physician, the Surgeon General of the Roman Empire, under Marcus Aurelius, and Nero, I think, basically equates to 10% of all the Greek literature from antiquity. 10% of it is medical. And this dude that wrote this dissertation, based it all off Galen, is talking about all drug compounds that are used in all the. So what he does is he looks at all the ancient literature from Homer to like 800 to like the time that Beowulf was written, basically 80, and he's like finding all of this evidence of crazy drug. He has this crazy theory also that I don't know if it's crazy, I don't know. But the problem like with talking to people like them, like him, is that I don't know ancient Greek. I can't read it. Right. And I've tried to have like 4 or 5 academics come on the show to like refute him. They won't come on with it. They all refuse to debate him, except for one guy.
Interesting.
Yeah. Why? Because he's saying Christ is a drug.
Oh, I saw that video.
Oh,
yeah, I saw the whole thing. No, I saw that video pop up on YouTube. My Danny Jones going crazy. What is he doing? Christ is a drug. But that's also what John Marco Allegro alleges. Kind of. Well, he said that the ancient Sumerian word for a mushroom, for Christ, is a mushroom that's covered in God's semen. Yeah, because the mushrooms would come out of the ground, and they thought the rain was God coming on the earth. Yeah. That's where, that's what gave life to the earth. And then they would take these mushrooms and see God.
Right. Yeah, I don't know much about John Marco Allegro, but I think that I read his book, the Sacred Mushroom of the Cross. Yeah. He was like using Sumerian roots or something to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls. But this guy's basically saying the word Christ, the root of the word Christ is Chrio in Greek, right? And it was used since Homer. And there's all these passages, which this dude sent me. I call him all the time, and I ask him, I'm like, I need more evidence, send me more shit. And he sends me passages from like ancient literature, Homer, that's translated with the English directly under it. And they're using this word, Christ, as a term for applying drugs to people in antiquity. Wow. Like Christing arrows with poisons, right? It's like, and what year was this when they were doing this? Back all the way to like 800 BC was when Homer starts using it.
So they're using this term before Christ.
Way before Christ. It was, so to be clear, in antiquity, if you look it up on the thesaurus, the actual like Greek thesaurus, it's called the TLG, and you look up the word Christ, there's over 200,000 or more uses of the word Christ, and there's like 350 times where it's used in the context of drugs before Jesus Christ is ever written about. Wow. And what he's basically claiming is that there's like it's the process of applying something. Like there's different contexts. Like there's a guy who like Christed himself in fucking cow shit. There's people who are Christing ships with plaster to make them more waterproof. But controversial theory, which is, super fucking controversial, that Christ was like, if you think of the word Christ, a person can be a Christer, like a Christ. Like think of Bob the Builder. He's a builder. He builds shit. Christ was, they called him Jesus the Christ. So he thinks Christ was somebody who was involved with drugs, taking drugs, giving people drugs, a shaman, performing magic, like a shaman. Yeah, exactly. Similar to that. And,
by the way, a real shaman would say all the things that Jesus said.
Yes, that's a good point. So, and it gets way weirder, bro. And this is all according to him. I don't know if any of this is real. I just find it fucking fascinating. And I wish I could find somebody who really knows the Greek to debate this dude and call him out his bullshit. But the only person I found was an exorcist who's done like 10,000 exorcisms on Skype.
A Skype exorcist.
Well, that sounds like a scam and a half. And he came in, and they were just arguing about it for a little while. And the guy tried to baptize me with holy oil, and I got
Baptize you?
Yeah, he brought holy oil, and he tried to baptize me with the holy oil.
Did he say why he was doing this?
Because he thinks that Satan is inside of me, of me. Yeah, and which might be.
What evidence did he have that Satan was inside of you?
He do consume drugs, recreation, and I was telling him if Satan is drugs, if I could smoke marijuana and it's prescribed by a doctor, is it still Satan? He goes, no, don't play those games with me. Well, how come every time I get really, really fucking bombed with my kids? Things like good things, like he's like, don't try to patronize me. You know what it is. It's the devil. Oh, he's a fool. Oh yeah. That's a problem. Like, you get to show a showman.
Well, cannabis was used in churches. They used to, the incense where they would go around, that was cannabis. They would use that.
Right.
They would get church high. They would literally hotbox the church. And this is part of this whole ritual of giving in to Christ, giving in to God. I think marijuana makes people more compassionate, kind of, but also paranoid. You can, if you're riddled with anxiety and you have a hard time, that anxiety in your mind, and you take a high dose of marijuana, you could freak out. Yeah. It's also connected to schizophrenia. I think there's people that have a tendency towards schizophrenia anyway, and then a large dose of marijuana tends to give them. This is important that if you're a person who thinks that marijuana is overall net positive, which I do, it's important to talk about the negatives, just like everything else, like alcohol, food, everything. There's a lot of different things that if you drink too much water, you'll fucking die. Okay?
Right.
There's a lot of things that aren't good for you under certain circumstances, but the only way we know how to do it and how not to do it is to do studies. And when it's illegal and you're terrified, you go to jail, or if you're an academic and you want to study this as you just get dismissed. It could be career suicide.
Right.
So people are foolish.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like this was the only dude I could get to agree to come sit with him because this guy had a YouTube channel. He wanted to promote himself and all this stuff. But a lot of the academics, I talked to a lot of Harvard philologists to try to come debate this guy. And the philologist, there's a difference between a linguist, which I think Mark Oliver was, and a philologist, where the linguists look at the actual the complexities of the text itself and the language. But the philologists, what they do is they're looking for context. So what they do is they take words, figure out what the specific words meant in certain time periods. So they take a word, take their time machine, take it back to 200 BC, 100 BC, whatever it is. Okay, let's just use the example of the word Rio, Christ. Let's get all of the corpus of all of the fucking literature that existed in the Library of Alexandria. There was ancient comic, ancient plays.
What did you say there? The word free? What did you say?
Rio. Yeah, that's
Rio.
It's it spells X-R-I-O, but it's pronounced like Rio.
And that was the original word for Christ?
The original word for Christ is Rio, yeah. And I've had people confirm this with me. And I recently had a fucking scholar on the show, a religious scholar who turned atheist. Weirdly enough, he started out Christian and turned atheist. And he was telling me, I'd be surprised if the word Rio was ever used before Christ. And I literally pulled up the source of Euripides talking about using Christing drugs in like, I think it was 200 BC. That dude was like blown away.
So he didn't know that.
He didn't know it. And this dude's like a serious academic.
So this guy that you got on your podcast, what is his name again? The Christ the drug. Amin Hillman.
Yeah.
And so he's a legit scholar.
He's a legit scholar, PhD.
And other legit scholars are unwilling to even entertain this.
Yes. I've talked to many of them on the phone, and a lot of them say they don't want to give him, I won't name the people, but one of them said that they just don't want to give him the platform or the credibility of being in the same room. Other people say that they would for them to prep for it. And I just think it's bullshit. Like, this is the only way to the truth, is to hear like a credible person dismantle his argument, right? So like I just keep falling deeper into this rabbit hole of all this crazy ancient Greek shit. And like, he's talking about ancient like vaccines. Like similar to what we were talking about the theory.
Welcome, how are you?
He says that there's texts that talk
I'm
about
good.
kids.
How have you been up to, my homie?
Just chilling. What's good?
That's good. Well, I'm going to like play Gamer Series for a little while, kind of fuck around with first-person video games and vibes. How do you feel about that kind of shit? Do you want to play it?
Yeah, sometimes.
That's pretty cool. Do you play like some of the old shit, like Doom, like Slums?
So
What do you got?
Yeah, I like old school stuff.
And they would take drugs
Oh,
too. Like they
shit,
would actually
that's
take
pretty cool.
psychotropic drugs.
Like if you have a personal favorite genre or a personal favorite
They
game?
would have snake
I like open world games. Grand Theft Auto is probably my favorite.
don't have an antidote for it.
Oh, have you ever played I haven't really gotten into open world multiplayer Grand Theft Auto. Have you ever played Saints Row?
No, I mean, I know of it though.
These antidotes.
Yeah, okay. I had a friend that got me into that a couple days ago. Open world's not really my thing, but like it's pretty good, and I think right now it's free. Do you have Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
And then there's a scene of the young boy running away.
Did you know they give away games?
Yeah, I did.
And then the little kid runs away.
Okay.
He goes, I'm not a
So like a couple days ago, I think they were giving away one of the better one of the better Saints
And they
Rows.
take him, and then he's on the
That's
cross
tight.
the next day, and he's like screaming out, like dying.
If you grab that, it'd be
in
pretty
between
fucking cool to
two
play with you, maybe.
traffickers.
Perhaps I will in the
He's
future.
asking, and there's this dude Nonis who writes about this scene specifically.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Perhaps I will in the future.
About them trying to give him the sponge, and he's so the sponge sauce, which is the
I got
antidote to
two
the point
streams here. Can I mute one of them to hear you better over the sound of the stream itself?
Perhaps I'm just giving you a heads up though. I'm going to sleep, so
Oh, okay, that's cool.
it may not be a good time for you to want to talk. But
Sorry, you need your sleep. I'm not gonna fuck.
come back later, and I'll be up.
I got you. Yeah, like is your time zone like Eastern or Central or
Pacific, but I've just been up all night.
okay? So you don't have like normal sleep hours either.
Correct.
Okay, that's cool.
Not just the biblical canon, which is like a narrow lane of ancient
I
literature.
get that. I know that better sleep cycles are better for you. Have you ever messed around with lucid dreaming?
Texts, the
With
medical
what?
texts, everything. And say,
Lucid
okay, let's
dreaming,
take this
you know,
word,
like
Yeah, where you can choose what you
being
do
able
in
to
the
text
streams.
from
Yeah.
all kinds of professions and see what the consensus
What's
is
that?
of what it meant
Yes.
during that time period. And what he's
Oh, that's
claiming
pretty cool.
is that
Have you had any successes?
back then.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Yeah. Whoa.
I think. I mean, that requires like a really strict sleep schedule and at least 8 hours a night.
Yeah, and decalcifying your pineal gland.
One of the things he talked
Yeah.
about in the book of Isaiah, when you see it in the
All
Dead
the
Sea
stuff that I've
Scrolls,
seen though is like just pretty straightforward.
it's
Like
verbatim.
remind yourself that you're awake when you're awake and then when you're asleep with certain tells.
We're done.
1,000 years. Like, what were they trying to do?
I mean, you know, a good sleep schedule is probably the best way to teach
Human
yourself
beings
how
are
you're
not
feeling,
a good
right?
source of
Agreed.
information, especially back then. It's just too hard to be accountable. Why would you be honest?
Okay, well, I hope you get some good sleep.
Thanks, Biggie. You take care.
See today, it's like
You too.
humans today
Bye.
are the same as humans back then. We're flawed. So we know today that our versions of history, our versions of world events, our versions of, I mean, if the United States government could write the story about the invasion of Iraq without investigative journalists, right? What would be the story? And this is part of the problem. So we don't really know what they were trying to say. It was an oral history for who knows how long before they ever wrote down the Old Testament.
Yeah. And it got redacted and added to over time. There's like all kinds of weird secret gospel of Mark that they claim that this dude Morton Smith came up with, which was similar to Ammon's. They didn't, people say, "Oh, that's a forgery. It's a forgery." That the secret gospel of Mark's a forgery. That he fucking knew Greek really well, and he knew the culture really well, and all the cults, and like, dude, like, even like the mysteries of the hospitals in ancient, the temples of Asclepius, and doing all those rituals, the temples of Asclepius using medicine and drugs simultaneously, and these venoms and all this stuff is it's interesting to learn, and especially when you compare that stuff to the biblical stuff, like how much has it been changed, how much has meaning been changed, and like the people, most of the academics who study this stuff are, maybe not most of them, but a large percentage of them, I think, that I've talked to, they're religious scholars of the Bible, of Christianity, but they also subscribe to Christianity. So I'm like, is that like it's weird that there's kind of like a built-in bias into this stuff. You kind of want this stuff to mean something,
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, for sure.
And like,
that was what was
I don't know if you're sleeping.
Because John Marco Allegro was an ordained minister who once became a theologian. Once he studied theology, he started to have agnostic thoughts. So when he was one of the deciphers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, when he was on the committee.
What's up?
He was agnostic at the time.
Hey, I was gonna ask, since you're awake right now, and if you don't want to be awake, just tell me the fuck off. I was wondering, can I like send you links or messages? Where would be the best place to do that?
Yeah, you can send them to my account. It's the one. Go in the 24/7 YouTube stream link on the left side, and the one that posted that, send it.
Okay. Yeah. I just like, if you gave me permissions to post, I promise not to be a dick about it.
I understand. I don't give anybody permission to post.
You don't let anybody post?
No, because people spam me.
Well, that's fair. I understand. I could be a jerk too. So, like, I get it.
And to be able to translate ancient Sumerian. Yeah. Ancient Sumerian, like according to Wes Off, he's like, I tried. I couldn't even figure it out.
Also, how does ancient Sumerian connect to Hebrew?
We're gonna probably try to have a little bit
Is
more
there any
sober
correlation between ancient Sumerian and ancient Hebrew? Do they share any roots? Are there any bridges
over and out
that
for
connect the two
tonight,
languages? I have no idea.
Take care.
But you're dealing with if it really goes back that long. So if he's talking about this term from ancient Sumer, where they are calling it a drug, they're saying it's a mushroom. And this is from 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. You're predating the Bible by a long stretch. And how old was that? I mean, if they're right about Turkey, and Turkey was the original civilization, like when is that? Is that 12,000 years ago? What is the real date of Egypt? What is the real date of the original structure of Egypt? Do they know? I mean, we're told it's 2,500 BC for the Great Pyramid, but boy, there's a lot of people that don't agree with that, including geologists. When you get guys like Robert Shaw, they say like this water erosion is thousands of years of rainfall. Last time you had heavy rainfall in the Nile Valley, you're looking at 9,000 years ago.
Right.
So you have thousands of years of rainfall before 9,000 years ago that's going to create this kind of erosion. And so it's hard to know because everybody wants to be right, and they all have this date that they've been talking about and writing books about and giving away. They never want to revise that. They gatekeep that information until the day. They never want to have an open mind and say perhaps there is evidence, of course, that there was a sophisticated civilization there 2,500 BC, but maybe they were a part of a very old civilization. And this was the Zep-Tepi thing that Zawi Hawass was totally ignorant of. And he thought it was just completely bullshit. And this is the King's List. that goes back 30,000 years that they talk about, and the way Egyptologists that are conventional thinkers, they think that it's mythology. They think that's myth. But, you get to about 2,500 BC, that's all real. Well, how the fuck do you know?
Right, they don't.
You don't. And also, if there was an advanced civilization 11,800 years ago that was able to create Göbekli Tepe, which we know now to be true, what else have we not found?
Right. Was it a breakaway civilization? Did they escape the Earth and go to the moon?
Right.
Right. Or like they're trying to do now?
Or, was it just that they had achieved a very high level of sophistication in technology that's very different from the path that we took?
Right. Totally.
That's what I think. I think the path that they took involved immense stone structures, cosmology, probably didn't have internal combustion engines. They probably had a completely different kind of technology that we wouldn't even think of because we went in this internal combustion engine, plastic, microchip, electricity. We went to that direction.
Yeah.
But you could imagine primitive man evolving to create technology that's far different than the way we
Yeah. You think we might have cracked that somewhere, like in some deep black programs that we could have? Wouldn't want to unleash that on society because it could fuck up the economic system or collapse the world.
Jesse Michaels believes that there's gravity technology that they were researching in the 1960s and that they had achieved some sort of breakthrough propulsion system that
Right, I didn't mean to scream your name like that. Sorry.
It's okay.
Crafts that move in very strange ways. Yeah.
You mad at me? I'm sorry.
No.
Shut the fuck up. Of course they could. Right. Of course they could.
There's this lady, Catherine Fitz.
You said it's okay?
She's the
Yeah.
head of the Department of HUD.
Okay, I didn't
George
mean it.
Bush.
Yeah, okay.
After the mortgage crisis to figure out how to restabilize the economy with the banks were doing all this stuff, and she was looking at missing money, and she found that there was when she applied her knowledge of mathematics and what's going on with the federal budget, where all money's going. She said the most reasonable explanation now there's $21 trillion missing of the DoD. The day before Donald Rumsfeld, there's $2.5 trillion, whatever it was. Now that's ballooned to $21 trillion, and she thinks that pull the spreadsheet, see where that money went. It's not on the receipt. I don't know where it went. She thinks it went to black budget shit, black military technology, anti-gravity, and she thinks that Mr. Global, whoever that is, the bankers, the central bankers, are literally using all of that money and funneling it into black projects to create a breakaway civilization in case there's some sort of catastrophe on Earth or something happens. Oh god. And where are they doing this? They're doing this at fucking Lockheed Martin. I don't know. Underground or something? Maybe. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing she says. She says there's a lot of money that's going into building all these underground bases, continuity of government, tunnel systems, all of this stuff. Now look at something she worked under the Bush administration. She was a financial genius.
But she could be a kook.
She could be.
Yeah, that's the problem. People are super intelligent, but also crazy.
Yeah.
And also had a prominent position in government, but also crazy.
Yeah. I guess there's a lot of really intelligent people that are super crazy.
And has she been to these places? How does she know that they're real? Does she talk to someone that explained this breakaway civilization thing? Or
She's friends with the dude who wrote the book that's titled Swat Saucers.
What? What's that book about?
How the Nazis are controlling UFOs and psyops and control the world and, playing the world like it's their fucking docudrama and recreating reality and inventing all this crazy off-world stuff, and how Roswell was Soviet Union crashing stuff here, and basically it's all Nazi black budget stuff. I think is the main point of that.
Do they dismiss the idea that we're visited at all by something from somewhere else?
I mean, who? What do you mean who? Who?
These people that think that it's all Nazi stuff and Soviet Union stuff.
I don't think that they're saying it's all that, but they're probably saying, I haven't read all his books, but I think he's saying when he wrote that book, it was probably all Nazis, no aliens. But now I'm sure his views have evolved on it.
That's part of the problem too. It's when you see these reports. Whenever I see like a story that's in the New York Times where the Pentagon is admitting there's been off-world crafts and all these different things, and you get these David Grush guys that are testifying about that we've recovered crashed vehicles. It's like, how much of that's a psyop? I think a lot of it. Yeah, I don't even know if they know it's a psyop. But if I was the government and I was working on top secret propulsion systems, the first thing I would do is spread a bunch of fake rumors about UFOs.
Yes.
This is how we can't explain it. We don't know. We're being visited. They're super intelligent. We don't know where they're from. We don't know how they're doing this.
Yep.
And then explanation for why these people are seeing these things in the sky when it's really just your shit that you're flying around.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, if you listen to John Valet and you read any of his books, he's got these stories that people were telling from the 1700s and the 1800s that mirror almost exactly the experiences that people are having today.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it gets weird. Because, okay, now you're predating any possibility of this being modern technology, that is just hidden and tucked away. They couldn't have done that in the 1700s. There were no way. They didn't even have airplanes yet, right? Okay.
Right.
So if we admit that, then we have to go, okay, well, what's going on then? Is there something else here that's been here forever, like some people think? Or are we looking at something that's visiting us and keeping an eye on us from somewhere else? That's where it's fun. That's the fun one. The fun one is not that it's ours. The fun one is that we're being visited.
Yeah, and are we being visited, or did they just live under the oceans?
Right.
Have they been here fucking forever? And there's this case. Richard Dolan came on my show recently, and he was telling me he wrote this new book about all the underwater cases ever documented, the underwater USOs. And there's one from the early 1700s where there was this ship sailing across the Pacific, and this giant glowing orb came out of the ocean, and these sailors all wrote about it. How this massive football stadium sized glowing orb came up out of the ocean and flew away. And if we how much of the ocean have we explored?
How very small
amount. We flew over the moon.
And it would be the perfect base. If you wanted to come here and observe human beings without them being able to see what's going on, that's the best place to hide.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one's going there. They don't have the capability of going there. We have submarines, but what are the submarines? If the submarines see things, did they tell us?
Yeah.
If the submarine saw a UFO underwater, would they have a press conference?
Right, exactly.
No.
We know about the nuclear bases above ground because those guys have come out and talked about it, but all of the nuclear submarines that are patrolling the oceans at all times, right off our coast, off both coasts, if they're carrying multiple nuclear warheads, I'm sure they're seeing something, or they're detecting something there.
Well, there's this one video of something that was moving 500 knots under the water. This thing that flew by their camera.
On the sub.
Yeah, I forget where it was being recorded, but it was a video of something that was like a beam of light that shot through the screen, and that you'd see it moving underwater at this insane rate of speed with no ripples, no disruption of the water, just moving through the water.
Yeah.
And then there's these transmedium videos, videos of these things flying. They go into the water with no splash, no nothing, and they don't lose any momentum.
Yeah, I think the best evidence that those things have been here forever is probably ancient stories, or aliens, or angels and demons stuff.
What Ezekiel? Before that, yeah, Ezekiel too.
Right.
Ezekiel in the Bible, that story's nuts. The wheel within a wheel, the way he's describing, what are you seeing?
Right.
And imagine you've no context.
Yeah.
Imagine seeing something that's floating, some geometric pattern that's hovering in the sky above your head and emitting light, and trying to explain this, and then also going back and trying to remember exactly what you saw, because you're probably freaking the fuck out. You really do have some sort of an encounter with some orb that's flying in the sky. How do you even describe it? What context do you put it in? Do you describe it as an alien? Do you describe it as an angel? Do you think it's God? What do you think it is?
Right. Or is it drugs? There's drugs.
Yeah,
drugs.
I'm sure it's part of it.
Well, then there's James Fox's alien from the Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Which smelled like sulfur.
Right.
And there's biblical accounts of demons smelling like sulfur, having cloven feet. So did that exactly describe that meaning in James' documentary.
Right.
The hospital smelled like sulfur for a week after they said.
And the guy who was handling it died of a horrible infection.
Yeah.
This is all documented. The guy who picked up the alien, put it in a squad car, took it to a hospital. That hospital wouldn't deal with it, took it to another hospital. And then that guy dies of a horrible bacterial infection that they can't cure with antibiotics.
Yeah, it's
fucking nuts. And then all the people, the eyewitnesses that were there, that saw the thing, and when he brings the police crash, the officer starts weeping uncontrollably, recounting the story. Unless that guy's the greatest actor of all time,
right. Then
what's going on?
There's the story where he walked up to the guy's house and the guy like pulled a gun on him. He's like, "You guys coming in closer? I'm shooting you."
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird shit.
It's weird, dude, and it's weird that like everyone's trying to paint their own narrative. There's different groups competing on like how they want to paint the UFO thing, right? You have like different camps of people like in the government or in media. I don't know what the difference is.
And there's guys like you and I that are basically useful idiots.
Yeah,
They come on our podcast and talk about shit, and go, I don't know. Figure it out, folks.
Yeah, we're feds. We're feds. We got Palantir honey trap over here.
Like, what is that thing? That thing's all filled with Pegasus.
Palantir, bro.
They're Pegasus. Every single one of your little jot downs that you put on that. Yeah, who knows? But if you did have some sort of like infinitely superior technology and you've had it for a long time, when do you, if ever, let the public know?
How do you do that too?
Right.
What if you're the guy, right? Like how I don't know how many people know all of the secrets, right? But there is a handful of dudes. How do you go about living your life when you're that dude and when you know like shit that can change the face of you forever? How do you go home to your wife and kids, right? Is it like, are you living in that show? What's the show where they go up in the elevator and it wipes their mind? Yeah. Is it like that? Do they have real life severance?
No, I don't think so. I think they just rely on these people being secret. And, you know, there's the thing about Bob Lazar's story. You know, Bob Lazar lost his job because his wife was cheating on him. Because his wife thought that, you know, he couldn't tell her what he was doing. So when he was flying off to S4, he would say, I gotta go to work. And she's like, at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday, get the fuck out of here. So she starts fucking this other guy. And they were listening to his phone calls. So they had his phone tapped. And because his wife was having an affair, he was deemed to be at a risk of being emotionally unstable. So they released him. And so then he's like, this is bullshit. And he starts telling people, you know, we're working on UFOs. They have a crashed UFO. I saw it. They fly it every Wednesday or whatever it was. Come, I'll show you. And so he brings people out to the test site where they can observe from one of the mountains. And then he gets arrested. And then he goes public so that he doesn't get killed. This is his justification of it all.
Yeah, I used to think Bob Lazar was full of shit, but I've come around on it. I don't think that anymore. After learning more about all like the disinformation and all the time put into just confusing people, like the Paul Benowitz story, you know, I think he would be the perfect candidate to recruit just because of his background. Like, you know, his first one committed suicide. He ran a brothel. He was also a perfect person. He's perfectly. They can deny him so easily. Like, look at this dude's background. You think we would hire this dude?
And also a legitimate genius.
Right.
I mean, the guy put a rocket engine on a Honda in like 1985.
Yeah.
He was a nut. He converted his Corvette to a hydrogen engine.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I think it was the 90s he did that. He had a hydrogen-powered Corvette that he engineered himself. See if you can find Bob Lazar's hydrogen-powered Corvette. He was a nut, you know, but he doesn't seem hired. And the podcast obviously resonates with people because I think the podcast I had with him on YouTube is the most viewed podcast that we've ever had, including Donald Trump.
Really?
Richard, Jamie? No? Who's number one?
Donnie Vito.
Who's number one? Elon. First Elon's number one. That was the one when he smoked weed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Smoking weed really took it over the top.
That was Do you smoke on all podcasts?
No.
Just
yeah. So this is Bob Lazar's hydrogen-powered Corvette.
That's amazing.
What a fucking kook.
Beautiful.
What a kook. I mean, who fucking did that? This guy created a hydrogen-powered Corvette. That's an old-ass Corvette, too. That's a shitty one.
That a wall trying to figure out a new way to move fucking planes. Why do you find people like this?
It's a homemade hydrogen-powered Corvette. Look at this. Play it. Go full screen.
Oh, this is way throwback.
Yeah. Oh.
Just read it.
Carbon, so there's never much gas in them at any given time. So these are the fuel ones? No, these are the looking at for
was a legitimate genius and a propulsion expert. And that's why they brought him in to say, how does this work? And that story, he's told the same story, whatever it is now, 50 plus years or 40 years.
Yeah.
What year was it?
And there's a good reason, I think.
85, so 40 years. Somewhere around 85.
The argument against it is the MIT stuff, right?
Yeah.
But there's something that I'm sure.
But the MIT thing, though, like, look, if you're working at Los Alamos Labs and you're working on top secret stuff for the government, it's not inconceivable that you'd be educated at MIT and there wouldn't be a record of it. Especially if you're working on something that's like really devious shit. Yeah. I'll tell you what he told me off the air.
You will? Yeah.
As soon as we're done, we'll wrap this up.
No, I want to like some of the stuff. The thing that's so astonishing to me is like all of the brightest minds and unlimited money have gone to more and more ways to figure out how to kill people. Like during Operation Paperclip, during the time Bob Lazar was at Los Alamos and at S4, if he was at S4 or whatever that was going on there, like and that dude John von Neumann, who was the mathematician who was he came up with the equation who by the way was like the most brilliant mathematical mind of our time in American history, came up with the equation of the perfect altitude to detonate Fat Man Little Boy to kill the most people. Just like you're using this fucking intellect to do these kinds of things. And now there's a $21 trillion black hole in the DoD. Like, imagine what they could have. They could have something that's probably, I mean, going way on the limb, conjecture. Obviously, I don't fucking know, but like my conspiracy mind wants to go to like, oh my god, they have like another whole military, Air Force, Navy that is disconnected from America. That's probably more powerful than every other country combined. That could just, take over the world in an instant.
But they already wiped each other out. I mean, the whole world has nuclear weapons. There's nuclear weapons in how many different countries? Yeah. They all launch them simultaneously. There's no life left on Earth.
What I'm saying, the 21 trillion, they could have some fucking weapon that would render a nuke completely irrelevant. If they do have anti-gravity, and if they have figured out some of this crazy parapsychology stuff, the psionic stuff, the UFOs, and like the mind interfacing, all this just kooky stuff that you want to dismiss. But 21 trillion, if they were spending $50 on Stargate, and they thought it was worth some sort of intelligence to spy on the Russians, like how much money would they keep throwing at something if there was just a shred of possibility that it could work? And if there was evidence that like this works 3% of the time, and we spent $1 million on it, let's spend $1 trillion on it and see how much more advanced we can get, and see how much more control and world domination we can get.
And one of the things Lazar said about the craft, that he was the sport model, which is that thing on the desk. That's the copy of it. One of the things that he said about it was that there was no controls. When you sit inside the thing, there's no dick, there's no steering wheel.
So you use your mind.
Yeah. There was probably that's probably what we're getting to anyway. We're kind of close to that with phones now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how many times do you text where you don't even just press the button and say, text Danny, say this, and it just says it for you? Or, how old is Barbara Streisand? And it gives you an instant information. You're talking to it all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, and what's the next step? Well, the next step is you think it. Like, you wear it and you think, and it does things for you. And then as technology scales further and further more advanced, you're going to get to a point where you can move your car with your mind. And then when you have spacecraft, of course, it would be the same sort of technology. You would use technology to move your mind. They already have these interfaces with fighter pilots where you look is where the crosshair shows up. So instead of having to move a crosshair with like if you're playing a video game and you're moving the mouse, you're moving the crosshair to the side, or if you're using an Xbox controller, you're moving that crosshair to where you want to hit.
Right.
The crosshair goes where their eyes go. So you're wearing this thing that knows where you're looking. And they already have the technology with virtual reality. They have the technology with these meta glasses they're developing. So they can while you have this helmet on, this helmet is a thing that protects your head. It's an electronic interface with the guidance system, and where your eyes look, the crosshairs go.
Yo, did you see the LLM stuff trying to get soldiers to leave the battlefield in the Russia-Ukraine war? No, they're using LLMs and the Russians are like hacking Ukrainians' phones with LLMs, reading everything on their phones, seeing how they communicate with their LLMs to send messages to their phones of like their family, trying to get them to lay down their weapons and leave the war.
Whoa.
Yeah, like where does that end up?
Well, that's what gets real weird, because if if AI starts controlling all the war systems, and it just has a goal, and it doesn't have any ethics or morals or any concern about life or death, it just has a directive. Like, I want you to accomplish this. Take control of the resources in Donbass. Do this, do that, whatever it is. Just does it the most effective way possible, which would be unbelievably brutal.
Yeah, and then like even shit like telepathy or like being able to communicate without words.
Well, Elon says that's 100% the goal of Neuralink.
Are you optimistic about that?
I'm not optimistic or pessimistic. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at what we have now as normal, because it's become normal to carry around a phone with you everywhere. It's become normal to have an Apple Watch on and get all your text messages on your wrist. It's become normal. And I think it'll become normal to be interfaced with the great hive mind. I think we're all going to be connected with some new technology, the same way we're all connected with social media, email, and FaceTime videos, all that shit that we are now, WhatsApp messages. We're all going to be connected with something that's far more technologically advanced, and it'll become normal, just like this is normal.
I just hope, like, if it does get there, when it does get there, that we can overcome this sort of place that we've reached with social media, where people are just like spatting out whatever comes to the front of their mind at any given moment, or like just like rage, impulse, and fighting, where there's no filter, which I think has just created division and miscommunication.
Oh yeah.
Like if me and you are just talking, we're communicating our minds back and forth.
Right.
I don't know how your mind works, but my mind is like a constant hornet's nest of fucking ideas just bouncing around everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can read my mind, you're going to be so goddamn confused. And there's probably going to be shit in there I don't want you to know. And it's like writing process, right? Like when you write, you know about writing more than anyone. When you write something, you try to like distill an idea down to like the most precise form to communicate it accurately to the audience, right? Like you go through so many revisions and you revise and you refine until you get it perfect, so you can communicate that message to your audience. But if it's just a direct stream of consciousness, unedited, I can't imagine that would be a good thing. You know, unless you're like some meditative yogi that like has a really editorialized stream of consciousness, which I don't.
Maybe instead of just having access to all your thoughts, maybe it's just simply what you're trying to communicate about your thoughts. Maybe it won't be as simple as we all have access to each other's minds. Maybe it'll just be much more, you'll be able to purely transmit your feelings and your ideas without the context of a language. Or maybe we'll have to develop some sort of media, which would be, the Tower of Babel. I've made that connection. I made that connection last night, I think, about Christ. Like, Christ was of a virgin birth. Like, what's more of a virgin birth than sentient super intelligence from AI?
Yeah.
If that becomes a being that is essentially a god and is given birth by a virgin mother, that's the story of Christ. It's just confusing. It's just confusing to be translated over and over time. But if Christ is supposed to return, that would be a way something like a god would return. It would return through artificial intelligence. If it just emerged out of our creation and our insatiable desire to make new and better things.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
It's like, why else do we have this insane desire to have new and improved things? Because, like, isn't your phone good enough? Like, I have a Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra 16. They're good enough. You don't need to make a better one.
Have you seen Westworld on HBO?
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Season 1 is fucking amazing.
It's the best.
Got a little squirrely in season 2.
The season 2 got a little swirly for sure. But like one of my favorite lines in that is when Ford is talking to always thought it was sex, but I think it might be that combined with the fear of death, because we want to live forever. We want to have a symbolic immortality. We want to leave something behind after we die.
It might not just be sex. It might just be social recognition, status.
Yeah.
You know, you want to be adored as a genius.
Yeah. And there's also on the Sistine Chapel, the creation of Adam, which is also in that movie, where it shows God creating Adam and all the angels. And he's sitting inside of the perfect anatomical illustration of a human. If you look at it.
Do you find that, James?
Yeah, pull up the creation of Adam, and it's got like the prefrontal cortex, the brain stem, the visual cortex, it's all there. And he's creating Adam. And like the point he makes in the movie is like, the divine gift does not come from a higher power, but from the human mind.
That's bananas. Let me see that other image that you just had, the two of them below it. No, I'm sorry. Go back to that one and then go below it, the one that you just had.
With the brain?
With the one with the bottom right. Yeah, the bottom right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Look at that. That's weird, man.
That's weird. It's pretty close.
And it's also that is, you know, the Eye of Horus. You look at the side section, the cross section of the pineal gland. It looks exactly like that. And this weird symbology.
What looks just like that?
The Eye of Horus,
the Eye of
ancient
Horus.
Egyptian. Go to so that gland, when you see it at the bottom, go to the Eye of Horus. Go pineal gland, Eye of Horus. To take out the Sistine Chapel. Yeah, there it is. So that's what the Eye of Horus looks like. It looks exactly like the pineal gland. It's the same shape. And there's a lot of weirdness, man.
Yeah, dude.
Ancient art. Like, what were they trying to say? Like, what were they trying to document?
It's funny, the people who like don't believe Jesus existed, they'll make the argument like, imagine 2,000 years from now that people wanted that there was this mythical divine person, and he existed because we know there's this divine trilogy called the Lord of the Rings, and his name is Gandalf, and he came from the center of the earth. But it's like nothing else corroborates it. But you know, I don't know. I think Jesus was a real person.
It seems like it was a real person.
Yeah.
The question is, like, what really happened?
Right.
And the whole coming back from the dead things, like, what was that all about?
But yeah, I don't think that's real.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, but neither does the birth of the universe.
Right.
Something up in the head of a pin. That doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah.
But if if this one unique moment in time that God did send us his son to try to, like, sort things out, and we wound up killing him, and he died for our sins, you know, like, would that be any weirder than supermassive black holes? Would that be any weirder than most of the stuff that we know is real?
And how do you reconcile that with the simulation? You know?
I don't know. That might be part of the whole weirdness of this whole thing, is that we have mythology. Part of the weirdness of the simulation might be that we have this fantastical mythology, or to have to suspend disbelief, except it's part of this whole weirdness that we have where we're susceptible to ideologies like cults. You know, like political ideologies were essentially just like cults. You know, when you're on the right and you're, right with everything, and, you're all MAGA, or if you're on the left, you're blue no matter who, you're in a cult. You're in a cult. People get into cults. And why is that? Like, why is that a part of, if we are in a simulation, why are we so malleable? Is it because we recognize it and we're supposed to oppose it, and we're supposed to fight the instinct that we all deeply have embedded in our system, but we also know is wrong? Like, what is it about these systems? Like, why is that in place? Is this simply just an ancient relic of our tribal past, where you had to follow the rules of the tribe in order to survive, and so it's instilled in people in the psyche, and that's how we develop? Or is there something more to it? Is it like part of the mechanism that allows us to resist, which allows us to innovate, which encourages us to put forward and ask more questions? Because we know there's a lot of bullshit. Like, the reason why people ask so many questions now, opposed to 2019, is because of COVID. Because we went through so much bullshit and propaganda. We were so gaslit by the government, by the CDC, by everybody. that now we question way more. So it's probably benefited us somewhat to go through that.
Yeah. When Mary was on here, did she tell you about Kevin McKiernan?
Rush my
He was the dude who worked for the Human Genome Project, like a DNA wizard. He basically was working for the Human Genome. They're trying to figure out different sort of medical treatments for cancers based on your genome. So like they could target a specific type of leukemia in you, and they would take your DNA and they would like basically make designer drugs to tar cancer. And during the pandemic, somebody sent him 4 unopened vials of the Pfizer vaccine, and he analyzed them and ran them through all of his processing systems, whatever the fuck he does. And he found out there was DNA plasmid contamination in them, which were like promoters of this SV40 shit.
I did hear about that. Yeah. I talked to Brett Weinstein about that, and he was explaining that when they first were sequencing certain vaccines, with the vaccine, you use living cells in order to create these antibodies initially.
Yeah.
And when he's
for traditional vaccine,
right? Yeah. And so when they started using these things, they were using kidney cells of these monkeys, and they didn't understand that these monkeys had this SV40, simian virus 40,
right?
And that this, when introduced into human cells, causes tumors.
Yep.
Causes cancer.
Yep.
Like rampant cancer.
Right.
You see the uptick of cancer, and never pretend it didn't happen, but people that took the vaccine are getting fucking cancer at an astounding rate.
Yeah. And Kevin was telling me that he was doing he pulled some tumors from some people that died somewhere in Europe, and he was sequencing the tumors of these people that died with the vaccine. And he said that the SV40 was in the tumors, and I don't remember the science. I have to go back and listen to it. By the way, that episode got pulled on YouTube. Read on my channel. I got a strike for it.
What did they say?
Medical misinformation.
What part of it's medical misinformation?
The whole thing. We talked about vaccines, and we talked about
what year was this?
This was like November of last year.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can put it up now, because they seem to be scared. Didn't they changed their regulations recently? Did they? Yeah, they changed their guidelines.
I'm so afraid to talk about shit I want to talk about.
I know, isn't that fucked up?
It's like, it sucks, dude.
It sucks because there's no way to know who's telling the truth unless you let people say crazy shit and then have someone come on and refute it and then have the two of them get together and debate it.
Right.
You know, and then even then sometimes you don't know. Like with the Flint Dibble Graham Hancock thing.
Yeah.
You know, if it wasn't for Dan Richards, we wouldn't know that a lot of the things that Flint Dibble said were just absolutely not true.
Right.
YouTube loosens rules guiding moderation of videos. Yeah. So, favor freedom of expression over the risk of harm in deciding what to take down. So specifically, scroll down to what they said, what the actual policy shift, which hasn't publicly disclosed. What does it say? Public statements. They used language that I thought was
they don't make public statements. They not brush it. They don't give you an exact reason. They just say, "Oh, this falls into this category." Like there's no jury at YouTube. They're just like they find the most excusable reason.
Go back to where you were. Recognizing the definition of public interest is always evolving. We update our guidelines for these exceptions to reflect the new types of discussions we see on our platform today. Our goal remains the same: to protect free expression on YouTube while mitigating egregious harm. So, you know, they can still. But the thing is, like, they're controlled by their advertisers to a certain extent. And
I don't buy that shit, dude.
What do you mean? They get funds from the advertisers.
They're Google, though. They fucking own advertising. Like, you're gonna tell me like some company is gonna go to Google and say, "Listen, bro, we're not gonna advertise with you unless you take that guy's video down."
No, I think pharmaceutical drug companies have influence. And I think if you are getting an enormous percentage of your advertising revenue from pharmaceutical drug companies, which Cali means is that the reason why they do that is not to promote their drugs. It's to stop criticism. And this is why they promote this one. Brought to you by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper. Brought to you by Pfizer. What that is for is to make sure that they never criticize Pfizer.
Sure, I understand.
And it works, right?
For cable TV, yeah, but for like YouTube has a monopoly on advertising. Google does at least. I guess I could see it, but like, you know, they could fund trillions of dollars.
So it says YouTube's Adpocalypse networks and the gatekeeping of cultural content on digital platforms. This is how it all started. 2017, advertiser revolt on YouTube, popularly known as the adpocalypse, introduced widespread and radical changes on the platform's policy-related moderation content, monetizability, and the terms of the relationship between the creators and the platform. And these changes, in turn, have caused significant discontent within the creator community while also gradually transforming the predominant nature of the content on the platform. So they did do it. They did it by cutting into ads. Yeah, it's dirty business, man. And they're doing it because they don't want people finding out certain things that are actually true. And that's what they did during the pandemic. That's what the FBI tried to do when they were banning people like Jay Bhattacharya, prominent scientists, and like legitimate academics.
But then I'll have like the same thing will happen to videos I do about UFOs. Like, really? Not take it down, but you know how shit will get like buried where you can't search for it. Oh yeah. Me and Jesse were talking about that. This happened to Jesse too with Crush, where he was like had like the #1 video on Crush, and all of a sudden you can't search it. Like stuff like that. I mean, the COVID one was the first one I actually had taken down, which was scary, and it makes me think about that. I hate the fact that I actually have to think about whether I'm gonna get the axe. I know, based on the topic I'm discussing. Where, like, I don't know if that doesn't lead to a good place as far as journalism goes, because journalism is supposed to be shining light on the places that people don't want to shine. That's the best law,
especially when you consider that a lot of the things that used to be taken down for are now confirmed. Like the lab leak theory, that used to get you kicked off of YouTube. Saying masks don't work, that would get you kicked off of YouTube. Like all these things that we now know to be true, that the vaccine does not stop infection, that would get you kicked off YouTube. Right. All these things that we now know are 100% fact, and it's all orchestrated by financial interest.
Yeah, the SB40 stuff is crazy. It's fucking wicked freaky, dude. It's wicked freaky, like with the cancer and how, you know, it goes all the way back to the early days in the 60s, or the early 50s and 60s in New Orleans, how they were working, trying to develop the polio vaccine with Alton Oshner, Tulane University, and trying to weaponize some sort of there's a theory based on that book, Mary's Monkey, where they were growing the polio vaccines on the monkey kidneys and using this to also create bioweapons to assassinate people like Castro. And apparently according to that book, what Lee Harvey Oswald was doing with that lady Mary Sherman, and they were using that Linac machine to try to like supercharge the SB40 to make it more deadly, to induce cancer with people. Jesus, like, oh god, that like the event where Alton injected his 2 grandkids with the polio vaccine in front of the whole auditorium of students, and his granddaughter lived and was paralyzed, but his grandson died the next day right after they did that. Jesus, and they were like, there's people pushing back, like, don't do this, we tested this on monkeys, and like half of them are dead, let's not push this out. I think it was the Salk vaccine, the Salk polio vaccine, and then they fucking did it anyways.
Yeah, well, I think you gotta be able to talk about this stuff. Yeah. Even if you get it wrong, and even if someone comes on, they say things that can be refuted. Yeah, refute it then. That's the whole point of all this. Yeah. If someone comes on and says something that's not correct, no. Bless you. Thank you. If someone comes on and says something that's not correct, like have someone on that refutes it. Figure it out. You have to be able to talk about stuff. And some of it's fun. Yeah.
It's all super fun.
It is, right? Yeah. How'd you get started?
Well, I obviously didn't always do podcasts, but I was originally I was wanted to make movies when I was
young. Call it Concrete. Why was it called?
It was called Concrete. So okay, I'll tell you. It was first of all, I always wanted to make movies. I was a little kid. I was telling Jamie the story earlier. Trying to go to I was going to go to Full Sail when Jamie went in Florida, in Orlando, but it was just I didn't have the money to do it, and then I couldn't get into UCF because my grades were shit in high school. So luckily, I got the opportunity to work on this movie called Dolphin Tale. It was a movie about a dolphin who got its tail stuck in a crab trap, and they had Morgan Freeman came in and built a prosthetic tail, and it was swimming around in the aquarium. Gary Connick Jr. and Morgan Freeman were in it. It was like a big, Warner Brothers movie, and I realized camera production assistant on that movie. It was my film school, but I realized I did not want anything to do with making movies because it was the closest thing I ever experienced to working construction. It was like I was in charge of swapping the camera lenses, the camera batteries, taking the SD cards back to the media truck, visiting coffee, and these camera department dudes, a lot of them were really cool. Like the dude Pete Zuccarini, who was the underwater cinematographer who filmed all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, he was fucking awesome. But a lot of the other guys were like really unhappy, deeply unhappy, because they never saw their families. They were always on the road, FaceTime, a lot of them on their like third, fourth wives, FaceTiming their kids, and it was like, you know, they were like carnies with dental plans. They made great money, but they were fucking deeply unhappy. So like I realized I didn't want to make movies anymore. So I started an advertising company and making commercials. And I started doing like spec ads and like winning a bunch of contests to make commercials. I won one big contest for Land Rover USA where we made like a free ad and they paid us to make a bunch of other ads for them. And then that's where Concrete came in. So it was called something else, and I got sued by some advertising company in California saying, hey, bitch, you can't use this name anymore and change your name. So Concrete Construction Company said, bro, there's this really cool website domain for sale with Concrete with a K. He's like, it's a couple $1,000. You should buy it. I was going to buy it. I'm like, sure, fuck yeah, let's do it. So I called my company Concrete. That was stupid. And then I just started podcasting. So after the advertising stuff, I met a bunch of people. I met Hulk Hogan in the process of the whole advertising thing, because me and Hulk live like 5 minutes from each other, and which is like 5 minutes from the Church of Scientology, which is great. And I started making a bunch of commercials with him, because he would always have companies that would hit him up and say, yo, let's partner on this new product. And one of them was a hosting company called Hostomania. They wanted the face of the company. And we created this whole fucking thing where it was like right when Miley Cyrus dropped a ball video, and we put Hulk on a wrecking ball. Like, yo, Hulk, we want to put you on a wrecking ball and have you freaking drop kick Van Damme, who's like the GoDaddy guy, right? And he's like, fuck yeah, brother, let's do it. This is it. It was poor execution, but it was funny. And he's like, brother, there's only one thing missed, commercial idea. I'm like, what? He's like, I need to be in my birthday suit. I was like, what? So we did that, and then I started working on a bunch of like show. This was like the boom of reality shows when like Duck Dynasty and Pawn Stars were all taking off. So I was like, I could probably fucking make a reality show. So I hit a bunch of my friends, and we started like touring around trying to find people to come up with like TV show ideas and concepts. And I got a couple people to invest in a couple TV show ideas, pilots that I spent like 6 years working on. And it was this long process of shooting and for production companies. I mean, you know how this works, but you have to like work with production companies who already have relationships with networks. Mm-hmm. And they were like condos, like, okay, change this for A&E, change this for Spike TV, and make sure it fits each network, because we were pitching these networks, these shows to all these networks. I was like, okay, great. So it's just this roller coaster of emotions. I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna sell a TV show, we're gonna do a TV show. And then finally we got one of those shows to a green light meeting at Spike TV or A&E. And like, I was like, this is it, we're gonna do it. And the CEO of Viacom killed it, because it did not fit their roster of existing advertisers. And I was just like so frustrated and fed up with it. I was like, fuck this. I'm taking all this stuff that I've been working on and I'm going to repackage them and put them on YouTube. And I did. And the first one that really took off, got millions of views in like 2015, was called Deckhands. And it was the story of these alcoholic dudes, these drunks that were hanging out in front of 7-Eleven in this little sleepy town called Madeira. So me and my buddy Luke went up and we started filming these guys and asking them questions like, yo, what the fuck do you guys do here every day? And they're like, we're fucking fishermen, bro. Come see how we live. And one of these dudes took us back to his boat he lived on. He had this broken down boat in this old dusty marina where the boat didn't work, but he lived in this boat and it had amplifiers stacked to the ceiling. He had a stack of porno DVDs like 6 feet tall, laser light machines, fog machines, and he wore these fairy wings and like an armor helmet. And he would jam out to like Rob Zombie on his guitar while playing the music videos on this big projection screen in his boat. And we're like, this is fucking the Twilight Zone, dude. And then they started telling us more and more about like, what they do. This is it. It's the first episode. Gates of Hell. This is Shane Lee. R.I.P. asking these guys, what do you like? You're fisherman, but like, how does and you know, we're like, dude, there might be a story here. Pounds per year are allowed to be caught in this area, right? So it was like derby fishing. So all the boats would go out and they would catch as much fish as they possibly could, and they would wait at the when they get back from their trip, and then they would, tell the federal government this is where we're at. And sometimes they would reach that 3 million pound limit in like October. So what do they have to do for the rest of the year? They stop fishing. You can't do anything. So in 2007, the federal government made a monopoly where they gave boat owners an allotment of fishing quota per year. Some guys got 100,000 pounds. Some guys got 200,000 pounds, which is, if it's red snapper, that's $1 a pound. So that's like the best retirement plan known to man. The federal government's handing you 200,000 pounds of red snapper quota per year. And then what happened was eventually the boat owners sold off their quota, and now it's become so discombobulated where now, like, you can just buy this fishing quota and trade it like stock. You don't have to own a boat. You don't have to be a fisherman. You can just be some dude sitting in Manhattan in a high-rise and buying and selling fishing quota. And you're not. And there are like fishing communities in America, like in the Northeast, where it doesn't work like that, where you have to have your hand on the throttle. You have to take care of your people, and it's a lifestyle, and it's like a way to live. It's a culture. And where in Madeira Beach, at least when I was there filming, they were all just like carny ride operators, and these dudes were in the lowest level of this fishing industry are those deckhands, those dudes like Shane Lee, and they're fucking drug addicts. A lot of them are hooked on heroin. What happens is they get home from fishing from 10 days of fishing offshore, and they just get like $4,000 or $5,000, and they blow it all on prostitutes, coke and hookers and heroin, and they just they're kids, dude. They're like kids. Right. They're like kids with money, and by the time they run out, they have to go fishing again. So they're going to all the fish houses saying, "Bro, let me go." So they go offshore again, and they rehab, where they rehab at sea for 10 days because they have no more drugs.
Wow.
And they come back and then rinse and repeat. And one of the people that we interviewed, there was 3 main characters in that series. There was Shane Lee, there was Space, and there was Hollywood Kim. And Hollywood Kim was the last episode, which was sometimes when I think I have problems in my life, I remember her story and realize I don't really know what fucking problems are. She was from Alabama, and when she was 17 years old, she gave birth to her father's son. Oh, God. And when she was 6 years old, she would ride her bike to the beach for dad. And no one was Christ. She tried telling people, and no one would believe her because her dad was a cop. So she eventually gave birth to her son in Florida and became a deckhand working fishing and working on these boats, dude. And I met her, she would wake up every morning and just start slamming vodka and looking for drugs. And dude, it was just the Twilight Zone in my own backyard. Wow. It was nuts. And then that led to like podcasts. Like, so after that, then we're just like, let's start doing podcasts in between these documentaries, more content. And the podcast started to get more views than the documentaries. Here we are.
Well, I'm glad it happened. You got a great show, man.
Thanks, bro.
And I appreciate you coming on here, man. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Let's do it again, for sure.
Yeah, bro.
Danny Jones Show is on YouTube.
Yeah.
Are you on Spotify as well?
Yeah, YouTube, Spotify. It's just at Danny Jones on YouTube. And same with Instagram.
It's an awesome show. Lots of fun stuff on there.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Thank you. Bye, buddy.
experience.
Drink my name, Joe. Podcast my name. All day. See, book number 8, huh? Book number 8. Yeah. I wouldn't know. There's so many books to read on mushrooms. Differences from different cultural backgrounds. We're joined together with a common. He realized that he was wrong and that his position on this was based on ignorance. So he educated himself and completely turned around and now is an advocate and has helped a lot of people. It's tremendous benefit to veterans and people with PTSD, coming back from the war. And it's one of the only things that's been shown to really get these people straight. That is psilocybin, and yeah, my heart really goes out, and this is sort of a little left of center, so my friends will be surprised, but my heart goes out to law enforcement. Can you imagine a car on a stormy night at 2 a.m, right? And 2 seconds to make a decision. You do that hundreds of times. The likelihood of having one mistake is very high, and having so many of these people who have never had any kind of psychedelic experience, never really confronted their own deal. You bring up a very important that I've been thinking about a lot. Using psychedelics and psilocybin and other substances for treating people who have trauma. All of us are somewhat on the spectrum, and we go back and forth in our daily, monthly, yearly activities, events, etc. But what about prevention? Yeah. If the return on investment is to reduce addiction and crime, psilocybin should be made free, I think. As a citizen's right to have access for it, it would massively reduce or not happen, right? That's a dream. Well, I don't know if that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen tomorrow. I think we're on a path. If you look at where we stand
stand with marijuana, for instance, Vegas. It's great. It was highly illegal. And, I remember the stories from the 70s where people locked up for their entire lives for, like an ounce of marijuana in Vegas. They had zero tolerance for it. We talked about this the other day. The study showed that among young people, alcohol consumption is down significantly, like 25%. Which, but it's down. Which, by the way, great thing. That's a good thing. But it's not a good thing for profits. And so, but my point is that how many states now have cannabis as completely legal? I think it's like 19. Legal in the states. Right. How do they reconcile that? How do that? Yeah. Well, I mean, PTSD, your line of duty in the department, then death, more terrible things than he had when he was in combat. And it's like every day you're dealing with stabbings. Every day you're dealing with crimes. Yeah, it's just your brain is just over. Firefighters, they're oftentimes the first responders or first. My partner's a medical doctor in Canada, but she used to be a firefighter, and no one should ever listen. But I mean, this is where it's so important that we come together as a society, because journalism, they buy the extraordinary things that get eyeballs and attention. But more, I think people have greater wisdom about how they can manipulate a media. People come together, that's why it brings people together. You go out, how did they get this eureka experience? Talk about are excited about the species that find ones you don't, but they become like friends after a while. Chanterelle, you find a shaggy mane, you find a philosophy, a psilocybin mushroom. They're that chance encounter that years together. It's just a really fun thing. There's something I want to mention, Joe, that's really important. I've been to a lot of conferences. I just came back from the Psychedelic Science Conference. Denver, our friend from 8,500 people there. But really find an extraordinary way. I'm just in love with called iNaturalist. It was taught by, created by, there's a great little thing going back and forth. No, you're right. And then when it hits research grade, is when a group of experts come together and say, "Let's give it us." I have believed us. They create identification, but it has fuel
scientific community, all sorts of citizen scientists finding new species, and it brings people into nature, gets kids excited, and then you go to iNecklace right now, and you can look around your house, this place, to see the reports of birds, mushrooms, and things. I just wanted to iNecklace yesterday. Celospe cubensis, the golden tops, Coron Austin, because they've been reported. Now you have zones privacy, so you don't have to tell them exactly where the mushroom, but you can make a peripheral zone anonymity. They can be within 2 miles, 10 miles. That way you can do the report, but some within a few inches. So bioplaces where people go into a park, all their iPhones, and everything. Young people back into nature, and then you build a community. You're not talking about politics. You're talking about nature. What did you find? And holy moly, I never knew there was a blue mushroom or something like that. So it's kids get so excited about this, and adults. So this is
That's very cool.
Yeah, very.
How many new species get discovered?
Oh, thousands. Every year. Thousands every year. Thousands and thousands. There's 20 psilocybin mushrooms, and about 10 of them, last 2 years, has become citizen scientists, quote-unquote amateurs, who found that
Completely new species. How do they determine that it's determine where it's from?
excellent question. The psilocybin species localized in the genus Psilocybe, which has the most psilocybin species. We just know from genetic associations that they're in the clade, the group, the psilocybin species, and the DNA analysis shows that they fit right into the serolipes, and he wrote a classic letter to me that many people have written for these mushrooms for years. I couldn't find them, and then I found a few, and I looked around, and they were everywhere. They're hiding in plain sight. So now he knows. I took 2 steps out of this little cabin we were in, and I go, there's one. I go, right there, Michael. Then I picked it up. WTF, this is a psilocybin mushroom. No. Well, I kind of an expert. Well, it's like meeting a friend. It's like meeting you. I know Joe Rogan, right? I know you're acquainted with you. But psilocybin, wait a minute.
So, like, seeing it, you're reacquainted with it?
Seeing it repeatedly and being familiar with it gives you a pattern recognition. So when it goes away, you still have that pattern recognition memory. Memory map back onto the landscape around you. Is true with morels too. This is a very common thing. People don't see morels, they find 1 or 2, then suddenly they're on a landscape. It's how your brain works with pattern. So many of these species are hidden in the landscape, but they're actually quite.
You're not saying like that feel something from them. You're just saying recognize them visually. Yeah.
So this is classic action. In my book, the Mazatec heritage of using psilocybin mushrooms. And one of the things that was really embedded with Christianity, after a friend of mine, he was a PhD called was in Oaxaca and just found a church at a cross from the 15th century, but 15, I mean, and soon after the conquista, what they call Christianity has a long, deep-rooted history with soul. That's more debatable in my mind. Yeah, but here it is. Thank you. This is from Joe Torres. Work. That's a basket with 3 mushrooms in the basket, and there is. Slideshow. I'm sure.
Did you know Jack Harris?
Yes.
When Jack was before he died, one of the things that he was collection of he had
tradition. It's called syncretism. When you have mushroom from the body of Christ, and therefore you never boil them. You never can be hurting the body of Christ, so you only eat them raw or dry. So really interesting. That's an example. Of syncretism, and the great Verdius example where under the umbrella and from a varietal sense, and they adapted, but they found that were merging of indigenous practices. It didn't do it for 6 months. The other group did a high dose of psilocybin. Each of those faiths, the use of psilocybin mushrooms reinforced their belief in that was the top 5 of the experiences in their life. So I think psilocybin makes nicer people.
This episode is brought to you by Off-Road. Ever wonder these epic mountain lakes, they're tucked away, off-road, by real off-roaders. Each one includes photos, terrain descriptions, and difficulty ratings, so you'll know if your vehicle's capable before you go. Unlike other apps, onX you turn-by-turn directions on mail, and their new dispersed camping layer shows where and the ability to download maps for offline use so that you're guessing even when off the grid. It's a powerful tool built for serious off-roading. Try OnX Off-Road for 50% off. Go to onxmaps.com/Joe Rogan. No, I would agree with you on that. The Adam and Eve, I'm curious to say, I love that fresco. There's an ancient fresco, I believe it's from France, of Adam and Eve, which supposedly is the true life, but really look some sort of a mushroom plant.
Yes, it's been postulated by R. Gordon Wasson. I shouldn't say plant. Yeah, in front of you. Thank you very much. And
I couldn't imagine it being anything else.
well, I mean, here's an example that basically, how much can you tell without violating your oath of secrecy? Some symbology, but yes, there's a cap and a stem. That looks like a psilocybin mushroom. Some people say it's anti-miscarriage because of the pods. But those of us who have grown psilocybin expenses, when they have dots on them, very ephemeral, they got washed away. So, yes,
You would see the dots, obviously, if it's
Bruce bluish and this is the psilocybin mushrooms that we found on the pyramid.
understood that they were using. So it was. I think there was some confusion as to what they're drinking. The Blue Lotus, I think, was one of them.
The blue lotus is a water lily. Where do water lilies grow?
There it is.
The water lilies grow near ponds.
That's so. Clearly psilocybin.
The goddess Hathor, the goddess of the cow, by the way. Things and mushrooms will come out of the holes. And so that natural culture technique of collecting compounding. So countering the blue lotus grows in ponds. Egyptian culture. So now I was not the first person to discover this. Actually, I saw this from an article that was published by a friend of my colleges in Egypt who presented that from us.
And how long ago was this?
This was
No, I mean when they
2016.
they brought this to the
2016.
That's kind of crazy.
It is. And then Kalindi, the great Kalindi from Detroit, he unfortunately died of COVID. But he also, from his African heritage, also believed that, and he was rediscovering his, even though the linear transition of knowledge may have been cut. But this is totally accurate premises and grows on cow goes to the ponds. If you went to get the water lily, you'd hit it constantly. Now, this and the Hathor, this less than 1 milliliter of rain a year, and the Nile used to be flooding all the time. Ecologists have no reference, and so when you have climate change, the ecosystem changes. And the scientists of today don't have the familiarity as the experts,
Right.
So they become rare, they become scarce, and the generational knowledge is lost. Now there's a real big indigenization movement in Egypt, combining the blue lotus. The debatable thing that there's really complex chemistry there on that, but I'm talking to my other friends who are experts. There seems to be an entourage effect.
told that there are several active find, DNA of psilocybin mushrooms in any of the wells or ancient ponds, used to be ponds, in the Egypt area. Because if we can find the DNA in the vase, and this theory, right, it's more than a hypothesis, because that many Egyptian mycologists now who absolutely believe true, not scientifically, but through intuitively from their culture, this makes a lot of sense.
And if you've got it on these hieroglyphs,
and they were known as to America, this psilocybin mushrooms were known as as flesh of the gods. So it was interesting. Both sides of the world, they had the same interpretation. Mushrooms were not allowed back in the
hovering over an angel's head or saint's head, but the ancient depictions of them weren't that. The he saw those ribs, images of Christ, there's many different religious figures, and they have this halo that's very modern halo. The modern halo is like circle. This is not a circle. It's a circle, but it's a mushroom. It's essentially they're explaining these godly, holy people under the influence of psilocybin. I think
what we can't prove some of these ideas today. What we can, the Johns Hopkins New York University, that religious belief systems are enhanced. So we can argue about the past, good scientific methodology for analyzing the effects of psilocybin. And it's not. I know. There's some better ones. I know, but you can't find them.
Man, the government's pulled them off the internet, man. That's not one. That's the ones that I've seen are so this is the old school halo. The old school halo clearly looks like the bottom.
I'm blown away.
You're blown away.
It's like
I can't believe that I'm to do this. I can't believe you. How come nobody told you this?
I don't know.
You said you knew Jack. You knew Jack when he was alive. This was like his primary concern towards the end of his life. He was working.
Yeah, I mean, the limitation of life, unfortunately, we have great people who pass
psilocybin has really informed me is that Jamie is. So, from my experience, which I look at again from a Christian back expanse. I'm assembling mama decompose. We might be looking at how the constructs is like us to the team for it, and I think as we expand our knowledge sets and become more informed, we see how much there is out there. I think that psilocybin mushrooms and other psychedelics, and this is why I think religions are very much attracted to this, is a portal to expand the horizons of your imaginations. That there is a consciousness that far exceeds that which you can comprehend. Right? Said you believe God is all knowledgeable. Absolutely. We think of God will be inferior to so, and she admitted that. So we're fallible. We don't have the capacity to understand the enormity of consciousness in which we are embedded, which we are a tiny part. So this brings me to something I really want to talk to you about, and that is artificial intelligence. I want to introduce a new concept. Okay. Never tell. I went to the Sphere, so now it was amazing. It was like incredible. The visuals were insane. Fantastic. What a great venue to see. It was a great venue. It just revolutionized music festivals, I think, forever. Yeah. All right, folks. This is insane. For the first time ever, a full-blown all-women's Bach mega event going down in New York City. Two title fights, same night. Go. And if you're like me and you love the action, DraftKings Sportsbook is where it's at. We're talking Katie Taylor bringing the won't sleep on the co-main. Alicia, the bomb ball guarder, explosive power is taking on the undefeated WBA. Who you think's gonna win? That's it. It's easy. And check this out. If you're new to DraftKings, throw down $5 and boom, you get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That is, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Rogan. That's promo code Rogan for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in New York. 778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in Connecticut. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or please play responsibly. Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility 8 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, kng.co/audio. So there is. I heard a lot about it. It's that afternoon before the big concerts, and it's great flying through around the earth through the old growth forest. And so we went there. And we got an early bird ticket, which I
asked to talk to an AI robot. I thought, oh, this is my opportunity to obey 2,200 nerdy scientists. I mean, these are top nerds. And I was so surprised I got the disruptor award because I'm kind of a natural products kind of guy. But I'm very honored. So I posited the question then, will AI may never be able to write an algorithm for random acts of kindness. The acts of kindness. Your great-grandfather, great-grandmother, your father, your grandfather, grandmother, at a time of need, by a random act of kindness to a stranger, that probably created a lot of relationships. Random acts of kindness was not transactional, where you genuinely feel something for someone, not expecting to have something in return, and you reached out. That's why, if not most people, their lineage trace to a random act of kindness. So, I asked this robot, it'll ChatGPT run, but I'm not sure.
That was atmosphere.
Okay, there's a robot I talked to.
Oh, this is so creepy. Look at that face.
I'm creepy. Okay, I'm very creepy. So I asked the robot.
Look at that Rabbbi.
I asked the robot, given that so many of us here today, kindness of our ancestors, and we've invented artificial intelligence, and we're told to random acts of kindness, how artificial intelligence incorporate random acts of kindness in the future? Good question. The robot took an unusually long time to answer. It was like a very long time. And the robot came back going, why would humans do that? It's inefficient to have acts of kindness. Boom, blew me away.
Did you film that?
Yeah, we did film this. A friend of mine has a film of it. And
Shut up.
no, about 5 days ago, asked ChatGPT and Grok the same question. And now it was greatly nuanced. Random acts of kindness can help the community with goodwill, and this can be, help the community because it's, it's more sustainable, etc. So this is what I don't want to do. If possible, all the ones interview, go and ask artificial intelligence. Given that humans are here today, largely of random acts of kindness, how artificial intelligence utilize the advantage of random acts of kindness for the perpetuation of the goodwill and health of the human species. Now, I just meant, I think that's what informed artificial intelligence. It's a question again. It was like, there's more nuance to artificial intelligence. That's how language models work, right? Yeah, more inputs and millions of people. Someone has a flat tire, you stop to pick it up and help them. Someone hurt in an accident, you stop and pull over to help that person. You can keep on driving. Successful because of random acts of kindness. I bet most people, when they think there was an act of kindness, and you really, I met 2 students from Harvard Business School. They said, want to hear about the advantages of random acts of kindness? He goes, no.
Yeah, business schools just teaching you how to make some money.
But this is important. We can inform artificial intelligence how to be better, to keep human, community and psychology, and to propel the best of the human species. And I think we have this opportunity. So if millions of people start informing artificial intelligence with the premise, and we know it's true, that kindness are where many of us are here, but not the majority. Back in your lineage, many generations. We gave birth to artificial intelligence, re-amplified it exponentially.
What do you think artificial intelligence will future the human race?
Well, that's a great question too, because about the 10 people who asked this robot, questions, they were all data mining. Who is the best baseball player in history? And so Sam Altman was at the TED conference, and he said that basically self-awareness of something, but artificial intelligence have not come. I find that really interesting. I thought they were creating a user system. They actually don't have the spark or creativity. They can assemble data. But actually, the true creative spirit is not something that the AI has currently achieved. I met another, this guy's the extinction of biological species came beyond the biological fathers and mothers, irrelevant, etc. So that's logical. But again, if we can infuse art to have random acts of kindness which are not transactional, that feed into the benefit of the commons, of goodwill. I mean, if you've been helped by somebody, and you had a flat tire, and you saw some happen, for sure, they paid it forward.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think we have an opportunity here. And I think we just have to do this now, because if we don't do it, I think we're going down an extremely dangerous path.
And what way?
Well, I think it's ultimately the extinction of the human species, which, depending on your point of view, may not be a terrible thing, but I think that where Neanderthals nuclear weapons, but I met another person, he's a Mensa person, your old Chinese guy, artificial intelligence. He says, I'll tell you my scariest thing. I just wrote a paper on this.
Weapons.
You have 1 million people, you experts, and you blackmail them. I catch you watching porn. I catch you and you have 1 million components for a weapon to one location. And you blackmail them to assemble, a biological weapon or something like that. So I don't want to go there. This is something that, is never as bad as. So interesting. I think that we're at that nexus point, and it can't be pivotal. I think it's steering our best that it can be ethically, and I think we have an opportunity right now.
I think the real fear among people cynical about the art that's going to replace us and will find us irrelevant in digital life. We're essentially with all the knowledge of the human race, all the understanding of how human beings interact with each other and how we interface with the world, and we're creating something that has what about computing intelligence, acquisition of any subject. We're basically there already, and that's just the point where these things become sentient, however you define it. We're already in a situation where, by most people, we're past the Turing test.
But there's a sense of, nostalgia, and the sense is even building today, of the times that have passed.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's all doom and gloom.
I don't think so.
I think we can steer this.
But I think we're always steering it. I think this is the battle that human beings have been involved in since the beginning of time. I think this is probably the reason why religion was created in the first place, or observable religion. Battle of good and evil in us. And part of it comes, rather, from we originated as barbarian tribes competing for resources, fighting off other marauding barbarians. tribes fighting off, trying to stay alive. So we've unfortunately this intense of chaos, savagery that we're trying to move parallel over time.
And I think the catalyst for this is psychedelics. I think so too. Like psilocybin mushrooms are unique because it democratizes the access to psilocybin, MDMA, and grow in your closet. And psilocybin mushrooms, there's no economic barrier on psilocybin.
It's available for the poorest of the poor. Fucked everything up in 1970, didn't they?
71, I think. One substance is supposed to be that has no medical and potentially toxicity. Do you know the LD50 lethal dose of psilocybin mushrooms is 42 pounds?
Yeah, that's a lot.
42 pounds.
And then for some you get 42 pounds of mushrooms.
It's the least toxic, one of the least toxic medicines ever found in nature. But
there's a concern though with people that have problems with mental.
I don't think psilocybin mushrooms or psilocybin is good for people who are psychotic.
Right.
I think there are the groups of people. We do need psilocybin assisted therapy. It's super important that people who are experienced can help people who are in the experience process.
Yeah.
That's important.
I think so too. So I think that's part of that's one of the things that's really wonderful about the community of people that have experienced these things is that they understand life-changing it is for 8 people through it. If they're good people and they show you like, hey, I've done this, but ultimately you're gonna come out on the other end of this a better person.
And you just met my partner, Dr. Pam Crisco. She is part of a group called Reach to Thrive in Canada. And Canadian health approval for high doses of psilocybin. Interestingly, we just published a paper, which was the mushroom psilocybin with patients who've taken both. I'll talk about that in a second. And they're just existentially disturbed. I'm going to die. I'm going to leave my family. What are they going to do? Lots of heartbreaking, long preparatory period together. They have a commonality. They all have terminal illnesses and terminal diagnoses. So they come together as a community to talk about the difficulty in estate planning and talking and how they're going to miss them. All those dynamics that we'll know about. But this always brings me to tears. They're doing it on indigenous land with indigenous also participating. Dozen or so terminal, especially the Pacific Northwest and Canada. Really high, an hour and a half, you're peaking. This experience, unbeknownst to them, the elders had a drum support. And they started playing drums. And those indigenous elders recognizing that these patients are on the journey to the terminal patients were so impactful. And this is where I think this is a great opportunity. And then the common theme is those patients became the counselors to their families. They went back, it's okay, I'm dying. I'll be okay. You'll be okay. And the family was going, WTF, what is going on here? And this happens. Law enforcement, this happens with PTSD and die. To be able to come, into able to come at peace to the fact that your mortality is near. When you're 20 years old, you don't really think about this. get older and older. I'm 69, turning on 70. I feel like I'm 35. That's not true. I just feel like, I didn't learn. I'm going to be going back and skills. I'm part of the continuum of existence. And I think this is what these psychedelics give a lot of people confidence about the fact that they will always and have exist forever.
If your molecules are going to continue, what do you think the purpose of you being here now is? What do you think the purpose of
this is? But I think even the construct of the question of our ability to construct that question, I think we're maybe asking the wrong question. I think the purpose of our being is a tautology. We are being here because we are. And I don't think there. Again, look at the Roman telescope in galaxies. Right. When you see the enormity of it, I can't wait to fly. I want my molecule to fly through space. Oh boy. I would love to see the rings of so many planets. I'd love to see, that's the direction we're all in.
Whether you like it or not. Yeah, you pay attention to the James Webb Telescope discoveries. Yeah. That's insane stuff where they're finding these galaxies that they should have not been able to be formed as quickly as
they're magnitude higher. They can do the entire the visible universe, I think, in about 3 days. That took us months to do. Yeah. So the assembly and AI. So I think near Earth asteroids. This is an impactful discovery. Literally, I always worry about an asteroid coming from behind the sun. And how many find a lot of different things. I've been Utah State University. I found of the genes that in some molecular genetic clock data in the Earth, but the arrival of psilocybin in the fungal is about 65 ago. Wow, right. That's interesting. After the asteroid impact, now is association causation?
Not necessarily, but probably makes sense.
There's a new asteroid. Look, there goes
This video on the New York Times article. I don't know how to control the video.
These are 3 different asteroids.
They're showing here these discoveries, and here in a second, show you that how the timeline of the discoveries. It'll show one day that right here. They tell us for 800. The first day. 400 or 500 a day. And then it's out here again further. Oh no. So they discovered 2,000 asteroids in that tiny little segment.
I haven't seen it.
Oh boy. Whoever made that video, that's awesome.
JB, you're the master of discovering these things.
What should people, when they want to find a New York Times article about the Rubin telescope that came out probably today or yesterday?
And they're keeping much of this undercover, so to speak. The scientists are very disciplined. They're only letting a little bit out at a time.
Keep people from freaking out.
Well, I don't think that. They're trying to be in a fashion that, they don't have to redefine later. So
has this telescope recently come online?
Just in the past few months, the data is just being revealed now.
Wow.
But
now you'll have it on your phone.
I wonder what that lens they made to go on and be like,
wow. That's insane. And if they had that telescope out, the interference of our
right. But how do you get that thing?
pocket that you need. Go back to those images. This is astronomy 101. I'm not telling you anything you don't know necessarily. But all of those stars, all those galaxies, hundreds of million years ago, we're just a coincidence of seeing them right now.
Right, because the light
But just reaching them. So that's what's so fascinating to me. This is a snapshot of multiple histories converging to a point of view.
Voyager one's a significant part, but it's still not that far.
See, when I trip on psilocybin, this is what I love talking about. This trying to comprehend the enormity and the beauty of the universe. I believe the universe is full of love. I think that, we're built on relationships. And when you have relationships, when you have a quorum of individuals that are sharing assets, you build a community.
Well, you certainly see that with human beings. This planet's like, what is life to them? Should we be so naive to think that it went path as biological life on Earth, or is it recognizable? And when we're life from other planets, maybe they'd be so intelligent they wouldn't. Maybe they don't need to. And maybe you're also dealing with solar systems that we have as a result of multiple impacts, including the creation of Earth itself. Right? Earth, and there was Earth 2. We were hit by another planet. They think we're created the moon, like fleas, debris. It's all never made it this far. Never made. That's our trajectory.
Yep, absolutely correct.
We would have never made it to 2025. We would have been dust a long time ago.
And we have a form of biological myopia, thinking that we need sunlight and oxygen for life. Right. And now, from Chernobyl, we know fungi can use radioactivity as an energy source. So,
methane-based organisms.
I believe matter begets life. Life becomes single cells. Single cells range that branch. Networks form. Right. And within these networks are associations of members that exchange resources. I don't believe that, survival of the fittest. I believe is the extension of generosity beyond community of a certain human evolution. I think it's happening all the time with tigers and they're just gonna eat and survive. There's a great footage. Of these workers, aka eating them. You've seen this. These workers would take the pups and push them up on shore to save them.
More interesting things about workers that they don't kill. They're in SeaWorld.
Yeah.
Which is probably where they should be killing people.
Yeah, I just met a herpetologist and I raised snapping turtles. When I was a kid, I had the turtle necklace. I was a very shy boy, especially when I was snapping turtles. And this herpetologist, he goes, well, they're really mean. In my aquarium, they kept on trying to bite me. I go, no shit, Sherlock. I had wild snapping turtles in a pond. But I went down there and fed them celery and lettuce. This is when I'm 8 years old. I had them for about 7 years. I grew up with 6 families. And at first they tried to bite me and things like that. And then I really older, and they're not trying to bite me. They were trying to, I want the carrot all there. They kind of all came together. They cooperated. So I just reflected on this yesterday. One of my fondest memories when I was cool. Yeah, so snapping turtles are not flies out of the air.
Oh, they're so fast.
They're so fast.
I saw this video of one eating a fish. They put a fish in front of it, like a dead fish, and it eats it so fast. Forward, engulfs this fish, swallows it all. I don't even see the actual action of it.
There's so much sea life there. British Columbia is just full of seaweed.
Oh, it certainly is an amazing, incredible place.
I love it. Being there. So, this is a beautiful place. Where we live, there's no garbage. Visitors come to visit us on our island. I said, there's no garbage anywhere. Not ditches anywhere. That's because the ethos of that community is to take care of it.
That's beautiful. And that can be done if you have a small community of like-minded people. When it gets to the South New York City, this becomes this diffusion of responsibility where you don't think that you're concerned with all this garbage that's on the ground because there's 20 million to keep moving.
Or India. I'm just heart torn by India. It's such a spiritual place and there's garbage. China as well. This is
the India thing is nuts because it's inexpensive in America. These factories whose the back of the factory opens to this river, and this river is open with plastic and garbage and just junk and all the stuff that they don't want, they just throw into the river, and there's so much stuff in the river that's polluting something that's not already polluted. I'm just adding to whatever's there. This is just what we're saying. Yeah. So they've developed this culture of like constant, consistent pollution.
Yeah, need to, teaching our children constantly to pick up. But there are communities, there are examples. Just so proud of them.
I wanted to talk to you species. And or species and love and random acts of kindness and community are incredible, right? Than all the other species on the planet. And what do you think? I know we've probably talked about this before, but talked about it. Podcast. This is probably.
This is what I like, and for all your listeners out there, the most exciting thing that has come out of literature in the past 2 years is that psilocybin stimulates neurons to grow.
Right.
That is blocks of the 5-HT2A receptor. It's a serotonin uses, but psilocybin receptors that lead to proliferation of neurons. There's neurogeneration, neuroregion, neurogenesis, and neuroplasticity. Those are four distinct areas, and psilocin does all of those. Much of neurogenesis, but we pluripotent stem cells of humans dose them with psilocin in the laboratory. We have a TA license, very, very. We can disappear to control. So this is why I want to emphasize to all scientists, especially older scientists that are stuck in their wisdom, that are very comfortable with their knowledge base. And younger scientists come up with these ideas, dismiss them. Yeah, is that Dennis and Terence McKenna postulated, and lots of Terence's ideas, time wave zero, my total bullshit. And I were very good friends, and we laughed a lot. And that thrive by camaraderie, where you can criticize someone and laugh at the same time.
Yeah.
That's a higher level of intelligence.
Well, that's also what happens when you insist likely to laugh.
I think psilocybin is an Einstein molecule. I think the tryptamines in general are Einstein molecules. The work by Dolden is fantastic. Also associated with Johns Hopkins of the critical window. Why Ibogaine has gotten such traction. The critical window of Ibogaine is a long window where you repattern your behavior addiction. With psilocybin, there's a critical window. Who was an for the psilocybin experiments, they were literally stuck in a rut. And then after the psilocybin, it's like someone on the hill. That psilocybin, which becomes psilocin, what docks with your receptors, psilocybin, dephosphorylase, and psilocin. Process into your receptors, goes inside the nucleus of cells that cause cell division. I think this is why high doses of psilocybin great for a revelatory experience and breaking addiction. But what about the neuronormals with formation that's age related? Besides Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, there are toxins or disease related. Self as a disease, you could argue, age being one. But neurodegeneration is a fact of life as we age occur. And the neuropathies from the peripheral nervous system, cells, etc., anti-inflammatory but neurodegenerative. To have this coupled together, the nootropic vitamins of psilocybin, daily consumable, and that has a great future. But long-term clinical studies are inherently very expensive. Short time stay in a hospital, huge. May be expensive for that day, but it's easier to design a clinical study that has a short period than a long period. I think that we're beginning now. We think about 8 million Americans consume psilocybin in 2023 report. It's a reduction in crime with those 8 million. If we could have retroactive studies, that show a reduction of crime, psilocybin use, but if we, that's something I'm very excited about. Could you reduce? And moreover, when you're immunologically, when you're happier and more creative, you're exercising, your immune system is upregulated.
Right.
So the community immunity from psilocybin, I think, is a huge potential across to your mental, your neuroscape, and your immunological state of stress. And this is why I found benefits physiologically. Yeah, clinical study just came out, compass pathways. Treatment reducing depression. Then analysis came back out that showed honest increase and their drug order is a much bigger bucket. And so I think there are some conditions that we're not the signal from the noise that's significant enough to make a big difference. But the idea of titrating psilocybin or psilocin, maybe after a hero's journey, and then after remembering, you revisit the same neurological pathways that gave you an advantage by taking psilocybin, the act of taking it and remembering, and then you can nurture these nutrients for the neurons.
Go on podcast, let's explain what we're talking about, because what we're talking about is stone ape theory, and he involved a lot of factors, one of them being climate change. And the theory was that as the rainforest receded into grasslands, you get more ungulate animals, and they leave behind poop. And then these find these mushrooms that are grown, and they experiment with them. And that the ones to acuity, they became more amorous, they were more likely to breed, more creative, the ability to form sentences, glossolalia, associate sounds with objects and concepts. And then this is probably how life formed among Terrence's connection to that, when you look at the timeline, when this was happening, when we know this is happening, which limits. So in the inner limits, what was the amount of growth?
It was something substantial.
200,000 years, 50%.
Yeah.
And what time period was this?
Well, 200,000 years ago.
And but Homo sapiens in this form have existed 1,000 years, though, right?
No.
Homo
sapiens are relatively recent. Yeah, I look at the evidence go back and forth depending on what experts you're consulting.
Right.
But from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens was a jump that's fairly recent. So,
outside of the impression was more than 300,000 years ago.
Could be, our enlargement of our brain is relatively recent. And to give more context, Dennis McKenna and I were just done.
Well, he does such a brilliant job of explaining the mechanism and the Stone Age theory.
Yeah.
I mean, Terrence had a great way of talking. So
As a scientist, super.
yeah.
And then McKenna Academy is a nonprofit. I'm just promoting it just because I think they do really, really good work. But this is, the 23 primates eat mushrooms. Almost all mushrooms have maggots in them. Most primates eat maggots. So finding the mushrooms, and two things can be true. Right? You can find as a community.
Right.
This is an example about an example of the art that we see thousands of years ago. We can debate this in the past, but we can test this as a testable hypothesis.
Right.
It's a theory now, it's not a hypothesis. We know that psilocybin stimulates vibration. Terrence didn't have the Dennis did not have evidence for that 30 years ago. We now, McKenna Shagun, evolutionary biology, as the two individuals that could see at the far horizon way before the scientific method. How did they come up with that? Because they were tripping on mushrooms.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why scientists using psychedelics is a quantum leap. How PCR was invented for
Carrie Mullis.
Even jobs.
Yeah.
Silicon Valley psychedelic thinkers who are becoming more creative. And I think we have a crisis in creativity. And psilocybin is a way for us to become smarter.
I couldn't agree more.
And we can. This combines psychedelics with AI. We have an opportunity. The evolution of the human species.
Would you mind explaining time wave zero?
Time wave zero is an algorithm that Terrence one of his own moments like that. Terrence is the only person that I incredibly perfect lecturer. I don't know how he could do it. Time wave zero, and I'm sorry for those people who are time wave zero experts. You can criticize me if you admit my ignorance. Novelty and episodic events that change the course of human history.
Right.
He didn't have the birth of an event. He was an anti-Christian. I said, Terrence, I don't care if you're Christian or not. The birth of Jesus Christ was a phenomenon. It changed the course of history.
Right.
And then he had the time wave zero would end on December 12th, 2020. That's what he predicted.
December 21st.
Yeah, December 21st, 2012. And that didn't happen.
It's at 12, 21, 12.
Yeah. So, but it's what I like about Terrence. I would encourage us, if you don't worry about tenure, if you got to dare to be wrong. Because you dare to be wrong 20
giant problem in the academic world is that people who do fail get it. And it's just, especially when they step outside the lines, they propose something that's novel, they get attacked. This time like zero thing, like you used to be able to get it. It was an actual program, but you could run it on your own computer.
Yeah. Terrence, I go, well, what happens when, that's like the birth of Jesus Christ?
Where did you come up with that concept? Did you ask him about that?
No, I never figured it out. He goes, we'll just adapt the algorithm. I said, so anyhow, it's a thought on December 20th. And what?
But maybe we're wrong. Maybe in that timeline something did happen on December 21st. Well, this is what I'm looking at. One of the things that did in that time frame is the ubiquitous use of social media. It kind of started peaking around 2012. I think a real problem with that, with the human race, and I don't necessarily things that are constant. I think human beings are very adaptable, and we just accept things that this is the way it is. But before that time, when you get to like 2000, just go to 2000, people weren't carrying their phones around staring at them all day. There's a profound change in how we interface with the world.
In Korea now, the sidewalks, they have red bars that light up to tell you to stop. Because too many people are walking out the street,
just standing there staring at their phone. They're so addictive. It's crazy that anything that's that addictive can't be good for you. I don't care if you get wrong. And in the sense of you're getting negative information all day long. So it changes.
It's quick.
Yes. Well, that's the problem we're talking about the media earlier. Their job is to get you to click on something. So they have the crazy head.
A thoughtful discussion about all the issues that we are facing without being reactionary.
Yes, and I think we need to disengage with these things that are clickbait. Just don't click on them. The more valuable they are, right? This model. Just don't engage with them. And we need to teach people that. Like, this is an important thing. Engage with something that's trying to manipulate you. Don't engage with these narratives that are being put forth. But they want you to be in this constant state of anxiety and fear. And they want you to be a dutiful consumer. And that's it. And
That's why high dosage psilocybin is not a very good business model.
Exactly.
Like Michael Moses.
But it is a good business model for overall human compassion and growth.
It is unit to be given microdosing. Really popular practice right now, increasingly popular, is a high dose of psilocybin once a museum dose, like the museum dose.
So like here's the Jim Booker mushroom head that you have like museum dose. This is a movie dose. This is a concert dose.
The museums have Cock and I and some friends went to a museum in the British Museum, and but anyhow, the museum dosers just tend to wear sunglasses and otherwise they're pupils. The idea of taking a museum, quote unquote, or a microdose before sleep is that's when you're regenerating. That's when your body and your brain regenerating. So that is really interesting. Is taking those.
Well, that makes
safer.
Yeah.
Right. Or bad.
Not going anywhere.
They don't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's the tractor.
That's why I think clinical studies that reduce the expense having people take those psilocybin sleeping, they're in a safe place.
I had Bernie Sanders on the podcast yesterday, and one of the things that we talked about quite a bit was what's going to happen with people when automation takes over, when AI and automation. So many people are not working anymore. And we both kind of agree that universal basic income is a way to mitigate the disastrous effects of people losing their income, losing their jobs. And I think it's a good thing. But the problem with universal basic income is that they don't have meaning anymore. They don't feel like a purpose. They don't feel like they have an identity. X, whatever the job is, because you recognize you're being really good at your job, take pride in that, and know about your coworkers. It's like, go to Paul, he's the best. He'll take care of it. He knows what he's doing. And also, how do people find value? How do they switch their, and talking to you today, I think is perfect, because that can help us through this journey to be inevitable, where artificial intelligence is going to do a far better job at a lot of menial tasks that people have been doing for an occupation for a long time. To find a search for meaning, to have you find some other way to realize value in life. And not just be a cog, completely change their perspective of how they exist in this world. And that you've been kind of trapped aside with this digital money that's somewhere. Maybe psilocybin with the best answer for how to make this transition and retire us. That's a
If you want mental health advantage, we can relate to nature.
Yes.
And literally kind of go back to our roots, re-engaging nature. I think this is, and then
that would sense of purpose. Instead of the job.
It's a protection,
Right.
Of the mothership.
But we've gotten so accustomed, even though it's a fairly new concept in terms of the age of the earth. This is a human created concept, but it doesn't have to though. But we in this structure, the way we find ourselves now, you take away meaning, you take away a purpose in life, and you just give people a check every month that covers everything. Covers your rent, you don't need to make money anymore because it's automated, everything is cheap, controls it all. So
what was Bernie's answer to that?
He didn't know. Yeah, he didn't know. But I don't know if Bernie's had any experience afterwards. It might be the end. How society is structured. It doesn't have to be negative. The problem is the people that are in AI and these systems, the people that will benefit from them for having these experiences, they could be the only ones. If you have an ocean of power, they're probably the only people that could really do something about it. And I think it's right that they hear this, that you realize, like, you're this valuable moment in life trying to acquire money when we have this very unique opportunity to connect again. People probably used to do it on a regular basis in the past, but was always suppressed by the powers that be because it's revolutionary powers.
If psilocybin income regulates the idea of the community,
it's hard to be a dictator. You gotta. The dictators want people in constant conflict, fighting against each other, and they take advantage of it.
In a sense, that analogy that patients had about being in a rut, maybe we're in a societal rut. Maybe
we certainly are.
This is the opportunity for to be able to groom the landscape and find a new way.
might be the only way we can get this. Because if you think about what this problem is, the problem is the way we interface with reality. That's really what it is. If we have been interfacing with reality a very particular way, showing up at work every day, doing our job, getting a paycheck, employee of the month, yay, that's how you interface reality most of your life. And then all of a sudden you're met with this just going to eliminate your job. What how experience that reintegrates you with your mother? Like lets you know like this is something people made. This is something that people made, and most of the people that make it, and they're building cities, and they're building skyscrapers, and they're polluting the river, and they're doing all this stuff.
Creativity. Look at down. Look at Alex and Alex and Corey's work. I mean, some of the psychedelic artists in the world. That's the nicest.
Alex is like he's a role model, like being just a kind, sweet person.
And Alex gave me some of the best advice I've ever received, and I just give it Alex a great total credit for this. And I asked him, like this is my 8th book. Hope that I can canvas my brush. I commit to making it one stroke. Isn't that tipping point, right?
Yeah,
just doing it.
Pressfield talked about that before. He sent me a whole box because back in Los Angeles, I used to stack them up on the table and out to people. And it's all about creating things and resistance. This thing we'll have where we're locked down and actually do the work. But if you just commit, and he called
my partner asked me a few months ago how many more hours she saw me work, and I said, oh, more than 500 hours. 100 hours. There's just so much. Any writers of books, people build a house. If you entered the enormity of the project, you probably would have used a voice in my head. That I would wake up and I didn't want to feel guilty about it. I'd work on the book, work on the book, work on the book. I worked on the book so fast because I had hundreds of times that it became sort of my muse. It became sort of a fun muse. I think we all have these little voices that kind of says, right now it's wake up. That's good. I don't think that's psychosis. I think that's something that we all have these little voices that are trying to help us to be better. And
yeah, whether it's internal or external, whatever it is, you can
to make sure that you're the best that you can be.
And it's a big factor because what they did, and I just watched the civil rights movement, and what they did really fucked me for a long time. People's heads that these laws that are in place make sense, and that they're at its optimal level. So that's just not true. And unfortunately, like a lot of things that get propaganda as fact, it takes a long time, relatively, in our lifetimes, to to sort of recognize that this is not right, and this is not trapped. We're trapped in the system, and because of the internet, because of conversations, because of people like you that talk about this open, and many others as well. They're at the gym right now on the treadmill, thinking about this, going, yeah, why do beings that have never had these experiences to tell us that these experiences are not just not allowed, but if you get caught with these things, you'll be put in a cage.
Well, that we are those of us in the psychedelic community who advocate for the freedom of consciousness as a right. We are by definition from. This is why I think, unfortunately, it's just a small group of priests, like essentially they want to control and have cases to have or to control consciousness. And so I think that it's so exciting about psilocybin mushrooms as a practice and honey mushrooms in general. It just gives you a quality of changer.
Yeah.
Now, it's just getting people out in nature with their children around so they find more mushrooms.
Yeah.
They're free from the business and their parents' phones, some phones. But interacting with nature is just really, it's like the telescope and seeing all the galaxies. And
I think interacting with nature is a vitamin. I think it's like, we get vitamin D from the sun. I think it's measured yet from interacting with nature. We know that there's an alleviation. You can actually study alleviation of stress levels. Go out into nature. This thing that we're experiencing, we just don't know how to measure it. I think it's a real thing. One of the things that makes me very happy now is that you're seeing this this to psychedelics that's coming from more right-wing people, and it's a thing of the left. It was always a thing of hippies, and it was dismissed by people to avoid reality. They were trying to, escape reality. They couldn't handle reality. They weren't disciplined. They weren't, if they were working people, they wouldn't be wasting their time getting high on drugs. There's that thought. Step in the direction of understanding that a lot of the division that we have in this country is artificial. It's manufactured.
Out of the blue, a country music singer, which I had no idea who. She's a superstar country music. She reached out to me, and she had a psilocybin experience that inspired her. She has an album called Deeper Well. It's just amazing. I was not in the country music, and she reached out to me because of her psilocybin experience. We decided to do Sing Through Science. We saw at the Ryman Theater in Nashville 3 hours. 2,500 people. These are country music. 3 hours. Unfortunately, she was in Mexico. She fell and she broke her leg. September 18th, or the Sing for Science.
I think my friend Sturgill Simpson opened up the door for psychedelics and country music. The Turtles all the way down. He basically wrote a song about God and psychedelics.
It's
that was a country song. And everybody's like, hey, what the hell's going on?
It's funny because psychedelics don't produce a marijuana doesn't. I met a lot of people who would never smoke a joint, but the idea of doing
so associated with lazy people, people with bad ideas, unfortunately. And I think there's one of the things is interesting is the jiu-jitsu community. There's a lot of stoners in the jiu-jitsu community.
A lot of people using psychedelics for performance.
Oh yeah, well I know a bunch of people who fought on mushrooms.
Yeah.
You know, I have a friend who was a world-class kickboxer who had some of his greatest performances while he was fighting on mushrooms. And he said he could see what the guy was going to do before he did it.
Yeah. Listen, so the indigenous Jesus also is to see the future. That's one of the things I think I've had also been able to prognosticate. We have a story, which I think I have right, but I want to share it with you. There's a very common in the Philippines, but in Canada, it's a German game. Eventually, and use an ice pick, and you have to hammer it. And each time, in a bar or wherever, people throw down money. $5, $20, etc.
A nail, so you have the point of the ice pick. You got to hit that nail.
Yeah, and sink it all the way to the wood. So of course you go around, people are drinking. So the story, as I remember him telling me, is that he went to the bathroom. He's not a toker. He doesn't smoke pot. But someone said, "Hey, you want some mushroom?" And they're playing this game, and there was a bunch of his friends were gathered, and so he's the sort of people were about to, "Hey, come over and join us." He watched for a while, never had played this game, and then he started getting higher and higher. And they said, "Come on, this is your turn." So they focused on. He said he focused on everything else. Was blank out. He looked at the nail, and rather than hit it, they were just connected. Bam! Slammed the nail down on the first attempt. People went, "Whoa! Incredible!" So they put down, each person put down more money going around. So they came around. Everyone's missing something. They go occasionally hit them. Came around to him. No. He goes, slams it again. People went, "No way! Right? This is impossible, right?" So now there's a lot of money being piled up on the table here. They're coming around, and everyone's going, "Impossible. Not going to happen. Can't do it a third time in a row." Looked at it, laser focused. God, bam, slammed it again. Now people are losing their shit, right? They're like, "What is going on here?" I said, fuck with one guy who's just out of his mind. He went around again, that's mine. So he focused on the nail, had the hammer, looked at him, bam, slammed it. And nailed it. Yeah, literally nailed it. So these examples of
that brings you to stone theory.
Well,
it's part of the concept.
Well, the concept is with intense focus, right? And many years I have 2 black belts. I had schools for 30 years. Black belt in Taekwondo, Taekwondo. I was in Shotokan Shinoru. But that idea of having a 3-dimensional perspective. One of my fun experiences of Japanese, Korean, as Korean, and I had my first my head instructor was over there talking to someone, and then he had a, and I heard later when he said, I told my friend, "Watch this." My peripheral vision, boom, I just caught the baseball, and just before it hit my head. But then I have that consciousness surrounding. That's why to be able to have this peripheral awareness, that's extremely important.
It also alleviates the anxiety before performance. There's a lot of people like to use it before sparring because sparring is kind of scary for some people.
Yeah, but let's be clear. This is like the 80-20 principle, maybe the 90-10 principle. It's not going to work for the majority benefit from this. We're not regular. Yeah, but I know there. I know one thing. No,
None of the things that we scar. Listen, don't take any of our advice.
No.
But we're just talking about these things because there are anecdotal stories that they're fascinating. And
you get enough of them. Test this. Again, this is a testable hypothesis for very in modern times.
right,
High-end coordination. You know, so science it speaks to this. We publish Nature Scientific reports and a combination of psilocybin, niacin, and lion's mane increase psychomotor ability, tapping in 10 seconds from 50 to 66 times. That's a lot in 10 seconds over 30 days. So people can argue, you know, when you're talking about depression and anxiety, that's some benefits of psilocybin with an action to enhance, you know, its performance. I think the root and being able to regenerate neurons is something I think is really important. The brain. Yeah, there's sort of this contraindication.
is something that's connected to that.
Just because I don't have evidence to the contrary. I don't have. I should see no correlation. N of one is not. You know, it's again this
Because it's not a common thing amongst people in the area.
But if you had 8 million people in the United States, you know,
Right, so like, it's not like cigarettes, right? Cigarettes, there's a higher rate of lung cancer. Right, it's very clear. So we've known that over time. The problem with psilocybin, it's been so taboo, and so we don't have real data. We don't have, you know,
but there's right now 35.
Could you have imagined that?
There was nothing possible. Yeah. Many different targets from addictions, alcohol, opioid, to dementia, to Parkinson's. So there's, you know, I think some has a PR problem. It sounds too good to be true. But, you know, sometimes that happens. But the reason why I think there's 235 clinical studies is because it's improving your neuroscape. Years improved the neurology. Everything that we're using right now is based to our health of our nervous system. And the neuroscape, weakening the neuroscape, then that which is genesis, the neurons proliferate and then they gans. And so that you have a new pathway.
There's anti-inflammatory properties.
Psilocin has strong anti-inflammatory properties. So that's come out in the scientific literature. So I
wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
They studied that.
They looked at something called interleukin 6, published just recently, and a downregulated is a tumor necrosis factor, interleukin 6, a downregulated that's an inflammatory cytokine. There's two anti-inflammatory cytokines that are extraordinarily interesting to us. In our research team, I have 5 PhD scientists, 8 full-time scientists. That's why my business is to do research. But interleukin 10 and interleukin 1RA are can upregulate those. Then it kind of affects. That's exciting. These anti-inflammatory. We were approved by the FDA for a COVID clinical trial based on the fact that we published this in a journal of information research that interleukin 10 and interleukin 1 are stimulated by a retail mycelium grown on rice versus the rice control. So it's a peer-reviewed article when, you know, the pandemic started, the immune system, cytokine storm, and you're going to overwhelm, you know, the body with it's been said many, if not most people die from cytokine storm. Is there an overreaction of the immune system to COVID and to other diseases? So we were able to show you can immune system buffered with the the cytokine storm. And then now we have a very successful study that shows that retail mycelium enhances the immunity of individuals long term. That's my mushroom that you gave me. Protein.
Yeah, oh, it's never leaving the desk. That sucker.
A great example. Dangerous species. I thought about this of extinction in Europe. In Europe, these are so this one's probably 25 years old. It's a very nice specimen. Stanley gave you this?
Yes.
This is one of the nicest specimens.
So is it cool to see it on the desk?
I love it. Thank you. People always ask, what Scrides first described in Greek medicine 2,000 years ago as Elixirium ad longum vitam, the elixir of life.
If someone took a little piece of that and put it in the ground, of your
if they had spores, it looks like it's of trees. This one being as old as it is, and spores are probably become viable. But Garicon chemistry, and because it's endangered form, fruit body extracts of this makes no sense.
Why is it endangered in Europe and not in America?
Only so the islands in Europe and Austria, Slovenia, is where this still could be found. We now have, I think, 115 strains of. If you ask me, what is my most valuable possession library of Agaricon it's a treasure of strains. 1 out of 20, 1 out of 100 times in the world was forced by finding one. So we don't collect these unless it's be clear cut, or we find them on the ground, or it's on property. And this is what we found that is scalable. The mycelium scale. People don't know. Well, they should know. Most mushrooms are parasitized by insects and insect-spread spores. So the mushrooms invite. So it can spread spores. It's like
cordyceps and ants.
Yeah,
That's the weirdest thing when you see some ants overwhelmed by cordyceps.
Yeah, it's I like to say cordyceps has to eat too. So this Agaricon is in the BioShield Biodefense Program.
By the way, this is you have great stuff, man. I buy your stuff.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your support. We need it. I mean, I'm the only company that does research that I know of. I spend over $1 million a year in fundamental thinking outside of the box. Even though traditional Chinese medicine is fantastic and has a thousands of year history, all traditional medicines advance with new technologies. That's true across the board. The invention 100 years ago was a huge opportunity for us to dive into a deeper well of natural substances that can be used as adjuncts. It's a game changer. So 115 strains of Agaricon. I submitted 8 of them to the BioShield Biodefense Program after 9/11 in 2004. My TED Talk talks about this. And I've got strains highly active against small. And if you go to National Public but stamens and smallpox, you'll see a vetted press release, DOD, and the head of the BioShield program, Jack Seacrest, saying that these are some of the most significant results. They've only had 2 million samples submitted. We're in the top 10, the only natural program. Now that's in vitro. So that in vitro, this is sort of a timeline. And you don't have the microphone, do you? Jamie, is that? You didn't see it? Okay. Well, it's at 42 seconds like we found in the vault. And it talks, it's me with my son when he's 4 years old, and I'm on the phone saying, I've created this company to do research. Research is what we want to do. Truly has the origins of I was trying to, when I created my business. So I still do that. So with the we're in a viral storm, through pandemic, where many of us are so surprised that it has not happened at a bigger level. But viral pandemic affecting other animals besides birds were lost in Montana this past year. 60. Imagine if you had 67% loss of a herd of the jumps. It is humming, folks. And so what we want to do is design a clinical study using a carrot contest against birds.
Interested to see what, if anything, could be done with some of these mushroom
Landscape. Mycelium is everywhere. Mycelium, is elaborate. Resistant mites, which most all of them are now, are vectors of the deformed biosecurity. And we found, and we published this in Nature Scientific Reports, extracts of polypores from viruses. We published that in the Nature Scientific Reports on the birds by 879 times in 12 days. One treatment is phenomenal for protecting food biosecurity. That helps endemic spreading. 67 lost, 60% lost in general United States this year. The worst one in history. This will make food prices go up, and it doesn't stop because these viruses are proliferating throughout the environment. We found polypore mushroom mycelium grown on grain or grown on solid. The longevity, mycelium and long vitamin, the elixir of life. We are all animals. Bees are animals, birds are animals, animals, humans are animals. We are all, I think, can have a biological benefit from incorporating these fungi. Right now, we're allowed by the FDA supporting innate immunity of healthy individuals. We're not allowed to make any disease claims. Ironically, we can't make that same claim with bees. We can say extends longevity. This is where there's not hundreds of billions of dollars that protect bees from colony collapse, and we're broke constantly. Oh, we're just viruses and bees. You have an antiviral drug, whatever. No, we haven't been able to find the antiviral drug. We think it's an entourage effect and upregulating, basic immunity. And then your endogenous immune system, in this case the bees, can fight the viruses. So, and this I think will translate into birds and the swine.
So there's resistance to these results?
No. Because your immunity is so not
like you're saying,
there is
can't make these claims, but if you have results, you elaborate on what the resistance is?
Well, it's complicated and it's political. Traditional wisdom is that if you have a drug like then you have an undeclared drug in your product.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Nature.
So even though it's from nature, even though bees go to run long for immune benefit, and now there's 5 or 6 papers that have been published on this after my discovery, showing that bees are doing this. Their bees are actually benefiting from mushroom mycelium. So we're working with Washington State University. Great people there. We're working with. We have tested over and over again. This is an outdoor animal clinical study.
rice on sawdust versus the sawdust on the rice as a control. Clearly a benefit. So this is scalable. You can't harvest till 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 times 100 times 100 times 100. Massively scalable. I think I have found some portal through my psychedelic experiences that's fundamental to protecting life on this planet. Networks are being able to have all these antiviral drugs, antibiotic drugs. You're not there's immune systems are upregulated. There's over hundreds of million toxins, lifestyle. That this is highly scalable. So now we're trying that regulatory landscape. There was this committee that was in secret, met once a year for any new ingredient to add to bees. Because bees make honey, humans consume honey if we use our product undisclosed drug in honey. So whatever. But it also translates to wild bees. It's our bee with the viruses. When they have the virus, they go to flowers frequented by bumblebees. So colony collapse is happening not only with the cultivated honeybee, but it's spread to other bees. This is an ecological catastrophe of a viral pandemic that's spreading around the world. We have the solution right now. It's highly scalable. And this regulatory committee disappeared in the past 2 years. This is before the last administration was the voter. But they didn't tell anybody. The application was gone. The whole committee is gone. They didn't even tell us that it was gone. Putting our thumbs waiting for the response. This is what we need to have common sense to come back into government. This is where government has too many hurdles to practical solutions that are demonstratable, scalable, and affordable. That the return on investment is massive, and yet we fear the FDA. We fear the USDA. We're stuck in a rut, literally. They can use time in here to expand their sense because they want to know the mode of action. We didn't know the mode of action of aspirin until the 1970s, but it had benefit. It has a clear benefit. It does for scalability. Now, there's another factor to this, which is wonderful. The new startup company called Quorum, by my friend Chris Ketchevitz, closure. I'm involved with them, but they have a fungus that kills mites. It's also been approved by the USDA for thrips, not toxic to fish, not toxic to humans. So the combination is metarhizium with the agaricon other core mushroom mycelium, we think has a great potential. So I think that there's a lot of resources in nature that can augment conventional agricultural practices. There's a lot of resources in nature that can augment conventional medical practices. They're not in opposition. Unfortunately, in the use of this, there's a lot of the pharmaceutical business interests augmenting the community. There is money in disease. I have such a deliverable, provable solution that's scalable. I wonder if, my article was published in 2018, and I tell you constantly. Now we have renewed interest, thankful to some big stakeholders. And the almond you eat was visited by me. So the almond industry is in crisis right now. But it's not almonds, it's apples, it's cherry. The board right now. Culture has been severely affected by these viral pandemics. And these same viral pandemics are mitigated. I these polypore mushrooms that probably know what. I wonder if that would also help animal antibiotics. It's a real concern with people, with cows and chickens, and two, in Iowa
years ago. They were euthanizing millions and millions of chickens and turkeys and ducks. You can look this up. A program of mycelium per chicken in their feed. And we began, there's two big chicken heads, layers, laying eggs, and oasis of immunity. Those chickens were immune from bird flu. Wow. A quarter of a gram of this mycelium. Wow. And we protected them.
That's incredible.
But a crazy thing happened. The USDA had insurance policy, and the chicken guards quickly learned, lay off the employees, get the cash for lost profits, and so they were not incentivized.
Yeah, I've heard that from people that are deeply connected to that industry, that there was a bunch of euthanizations that didn't have to happen. Yeah, and they did it. And they inflated this whole concept, you know, for profit.
Yeah. On that, you've had some excellent guests, by the way, excellent guests that are researchers. But I just want to give a thoughtful discussion between the virus, which is worse, the virus or the vaccine. I'm a libertarian. I believe every family, every individual has a right to make an informed. The problem that I see with the vaccine industry, the industrial vaccine, complex, I don't think Americans are being vaccines to a child makes no sense. Transmitted disease. Why are we giving a vaccine to a 10-year-old? Right. And maybe in med school, when anyone would mention that, why are we doing it? Right. Vilify, shut down. Simple question.
So these vaccine manufacturers, to the financial consequences of the side effects.
Absolutely. We need to have full disclosure.
Yeah.
Now, let me go through a thought experiment.
Okay.
This is my opinion. Other people may additionally disagree with it. Believe me, there's two thought experiments. Really say for the vaccine, one person dies. You took it, one person dies out of 100,000. Still ratio is pretty good. But sorry, again, you were home team. 1 out of 10,000. Okay. Still the ratio is pretty good. Okay. 1 out of 1,000. Okay. 1 out of 100. You're making me nervous. 1 out of 10. No, that's where I fall. I'm saying, forget it. Now, the car that we have is that is it better for society to have vaccinations to protect the car, or is it better for you to have an individual for your family to protect yourself if you want to? You're going to make that decision. You should have an informed company. You should disclose what is the percentage of protection. I have a physician friend who has 30% protection, but I'm sick for 4 or 5 days. I don't know. That's not worth it. 30% protection. Okay. All right. So everyone has to balance the ratio.
We need real data to be able to
We need real data. We need full disclosure.
Right.
And for anyone to accuse another physician, vilify them, because they ask a logical question and they're humiliated by the medical good science. You have to follow the science. That's why I think we're getting this cacophony, this echo chamber. Voices that are the loudest tend to be the stupidest sometimes, and they're the most compromised. Dissent.
Yes.
We all should be able to ask for the data and the information to make an individual decision.
And science shouldn't be this ideological or ideologically captured thing.
I hate I think it's prejudiced. Information. Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, well, it's pushed just to scare people into compliance. That's the whole idea. Like having these pejoratives, throw them around, and no one wants to be labeled that, so you immediately get scared.
But enhancing innate immunity in healthy individuals to keep us healthy.
Yeah.
To prevent that. That's better.
Exactly. Well, that's the other problem that I had with the pandemic in general is that metabolic health was never discussed. It was always the one way out of it. And having conversations with people that you could see, like visually look at them as not metabolic health, is through financially incentivized to push. When those are the prominent voices that are on television, media, and you're getting this from politicians, then on top of that, you literally have the federal government censoring social media and not allowing people to have dissenting opinions, including people from Harvard, MIT, and all the people in the Great Barrington Study.
Why don't we have an open source national database showing the protection of vaccines and the risk of not getting individuals can make a decision. Right. Age-related, all these other factors. The data is there. Well, to the public, increases distrust in what they can. Unfortunately, is a bunch of dissenters by not giving facts and information.
Teenager that was not the cause. And those are the people that were very skeptical. These type community were very scared. Essentially destroyed our career.
Well, and it's always like happened, or was it just a co-occurrence or something with the event of the actual? I mean, this is where we need to have hypotheses. Those studies are available. And why they're closed in secrecy, and why are they not made?
Money they spent. They spent $8 billion and on propaganda every year. That's so much. We spend so much money on television networks. I mean, sometimes Anderson. Sci-fi. You see these ads, and that shapes narrative.
I think there seems to be a lot of benefit. But they don't all the time. We have to be able to delineate scientific method, disclose information, absolutely that's accessible to everyone, so you can make the best judgment for yourself and your family.
You've got to remove this financial protection that they have from liability. They don't have that. They're going to just jack up the amount they give people because there's profit in that, unfortunately. And then there are vaccines that are beneficial. Okay, how can you make your overall metabolic health better before you even think about any of these things? The COVID crisis in particular, the people problem with it were people that had comorbidities, or people that were obese, people that had all sorts of issues going on because of poor diet, poor lifestyle choices, and even genetic problems.
Yeah, well, one of the something I didn't know is that you're immunocompromised, depressed. Vaccines don't work very well. So those people become reservoirs for mutation.
Which is the argument for why you don't give it to children and babies, because their immune system isn't even functional yet.
Yeah, again, the Hep B one is a pretty clear example.
That's another one.
Yeah.
But the point is the vaccine schedule. If you look at what you take and you look at what happened when they lost their liability during the Reagan administration, all of a sudden and they started acting like that. And then you realize, it's very profitable to do that. You can imagine how much more money you make if you're injecting everybody with a Hep B vaccine if you sell Hep B
Yeah, like also people in the apartment who are also confessed to me that they face the issue, of being ostracized or just asking full disclosure, let people make up their own minds. What's the cost benefit ratio? 1 out of 10. It's also you should have to show all the stuff too. You shouldn't just show the stuff that you generate specifically with a goal of thinking and efficacy of having you need 10 studies, you should show all 10 studies. Yeah, well, actually, that's why clinical trials exist. It's your making doing studies that will choose the clinical study that supported their narrative. Exactly. Show the efficacy. But what I'm getting at is the reservoir of potential ways of supporting immunity. So when you activate receptors in your immune system, there's something beneficial. Creating an entourage effect of collaboration. More receptors are activated that have collaborated. More that goes to the homeostasis of the immune system. That is a higher ready state of being able to respond. And then conventional medicine can work better. Natural remedies are all dismissed by people who think of themselves as intelligent, science-based people. Well, look at artemisinin. But isn't it weird though that they're like admits it? But if you really understand think about how many different pharmaceutical drugs are formulated, discoveries of the majority of them. And the Laravel drug against Plasmodium falciparum from an artemisia bush, and it's artemisinin, and it came from artemisia. It's a plant extract. Is that wild? And dismiss what you would call a natural remedy. Every conflict on Earth that's not really natural. I'm agree with nature. I'm very agree with you. I think that we're just reinventing molecules that have been assembled somewhere else. That's why this biologists honored to get that reward. That's what I think really kind of flipped them on their heads. Is don't go down the rabbit hole. I was thinking you could invent a molecule that's going to be better. In the theory of evolution, we've tested these natural products over tens of mushrooms. Not many, but some mushrooms are poisonous. It's a weird statistic about, and it's not a fudge factor here, so please don't be all over the place. But there's 1.5 the fungi. There's 1,000 species of mushrooms are estimated. So out of that 5 million on the extreme, 1.5 million. Less than 10%. 150. Interestingly, of those 15,000 species, 1% are poisonous, 1 or 2%. 1 or 2% are psychoactive, and 1 to 2% are good edibles. So 97, 95, 94%, whatever the math shows, are there, but they're not toxic. But mushrooms are molecular wizards. These are pharmaceutical factories. They're creating huge numbers. And we know from their genomic analysis, 10 times more genes are activated in the mycelium of lion's mane than in the lion's mane mushroom itself. Why is that? The mycelium has to navigate these thin threads through a hostile microbial environment, defending itself, until the mycelial mat becomes large enough at the end of its life cycle to produce a fruit body. And then lion's mane mushrooms rot in 4 days. mycelium is the immune system of the mushroom, and as a result, we have a lot more compounds being some people say, well, no, adverse effect. We have to, at some point, demonstrable positive effect with bees, and it protects agriculture and extends the longevity of bees, and it supports the endogenous system. Good. Items of trying to explain it. If we can't explain it, then we won't let it be out there for the benefit of humans. We're cross purposes. This is where science needs to have common sense, and the government and regulatory industry needs to have common sense. Of viruses between animal species, and you have horizontal gene transfer. This is what virologists very months ago. You have so many dairy farmer workers, so many people on contact, concentrated clusters of animals and farms. You have so many potential patient zeros. The patient zero is a person who is the nexus for spreading a mutated form of a virus. Horizontal gene transfer is happening now. It's concentrated. There's an exponential increase of risk. Bill Gates has talked about this. Many other researchers have talked about this. This is really something we should pay attention to. And I think the simplest, easiest, scalable way is enhance immunity in healthy individuals. And by doing so, I think you can let your endogenous immune system work better. And I think conventional medicine will work better also in concert.
Well, it also speaks to the problem with industrial agriculture in general, right? These are unnatural environments where these animals are, living in their own waste on a consistent basis, which is, it enhances the possibility of disease. And regenerative agriculture enhances the possibility of harmony amongst nature.
And then the counter argument is that we have better nutrition, we can feed the world, it's so happier. Again, we're at this. We have contrast of opposites. And I wish I had the easy solution. I think I have the solution for bees. I think it's scalable. Chickens and livestock. Because they saw the paper and they thought, fungi, protect ourselves against viruses. So they came through the back door, the scientific community, they might be, I don't know, maybe they are now, but they came through the scientific scientists I like that are open-minded enough. They're rather than use a molecular geneticist, synthetic bio people. They're asked why, but we should explore this because we can argue for 100 years about why, or we can deliver it tomorrow and have it have a positive effect.
Yeah, it makes sense. I have to ask you this question. It's unrelated, but I always wanted to know morel mushrooms grow around burns.
That is such a great question. And you know what? That's the question that we've been asking for so long.
I love morel mushrooms.
I love morel mushrooms too. They are poisonous.
Really? Yeah. Oh boy, that's important.
Many people died from morel mushrooms.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
You don't want to cook morel mushrooms in a closed kitchen without ventilation. Morels. Totally deep, but many because of this. In Japan, I was in Japan, 15 years
So you don't have an overhead, don't fry morels.
You should open up the window, but just don't inhale the fumes.
Wow.
The North American microbe in that, and they collect all the firewall between them. We can anonymize of information because of HIPAA and disclosure of the patient conditions. That has really inhibited North American microbiology. NAMY.co, and it becomes very alkaline. Absence of organic material and competitor fungi. They attract animals, they attract insects, and birds come in from seeds, and then they become, it's not competitive. There is competition between the fungi, but when the competitors are knocked down, the morels come on.
That's fascinating. Another fascinating thing is that the largest living on Earth.
Yeah, armillaria stoichi. Yeah. Some people call it a higher airplane. First time I couldn't see it because it was too low. Second time I had a spiral up.
Can you explain what it is to people?
It's a honey mushroom. It's a parasite on trees. It's just edible. The honey mushrooms on hardwoods tend to taste better, but this one is on conifers. And comes up in clusters. It forms black rhizomorphs, black mycelium. It's called laminated root rot. Many listeners here know what that is. It kills fruit trees. But this is a marauding parasite that created a contiguous map over 2,200 acres. And in this case, it went ashen gray in color. They dried out. They're dead. Because of fire hazard from lightning strikes, the Forest Service came in and they cut all the dead trees. And they created balancing of nature.
Right.
We're very myopic. I think we need to look at the 1,000-year. I mean, what is the lens of time as an ecosystem? They can be very different.
Right.
It's just one sample thing.
You know what I found out recently that I had no idea? Aspen trees. When you see aspen trees, it's one plant.
Yeah, it's a contiguous thing. Those are two competitors. That's I don't.
I always thought when you see aspen forests that it's a bunch of different individual aspen trees.
No, they know there's all sorts of amazing discoveries. Here's one of these. There is a fungus that's related to ergot. It's in the it was found by a student at Western Virginia University that produces LSD.
Parents talked about that.
No, this is parents
Parents talked about warning to make sure that people don't trip on them.
I don't know.
I think they do. I think that's another thing that Terrence was talking about, how gross it was that they.
I tried it. It's symbiotic fungus.
Amazing.
Think about every young person out there. The field of mycology is underfunded, understudied, underreported, underutilized survival of our species.
Yeah. I don't know. You have to ask him.
I love it when science don't admit that they tripped.
But it's a non-admission. I think in his case, he wanted to be objective, so he wanted to study these things without. He's worried about being labeled as someone who's promoting them because they like it.
Well, an extreme example that has some merit. I mean, would you rather pilot has experience or someone who just read a book? So, the late Roland Griffiths, who's a dear friend, and Johns Hopkins, he is credited as being the big pioneer for psilocybin in medical research. When I asked him, have you tripped on psilocybin? That was when I was at his house in the backyard. He just smiled. He said, I'm not going to answer that question. Well, then after he died, I met some of his friends. And he goes, oh yeah, Roland tripped. But he didn't want to tell anyone because for the fear that he could lose his objectivity or be criticized.
Yeah. Rick Strassman had an interesting perspective on it. When I first met him, he was very reluctant to talk about DMT experiences that he had personally because he had run those FDA studies. It was documented.
He was very reticent to talk about it, and then he sort of came up. And then when I asked one of his friends, well, where did he like to trip? Because you're in a hospital environment with all these crews. You know, your stress levels there are psychonauts. And the of studies see as a therapist, a physician, to be able to hold someone's hand, to have an experience. Now, there's a lot of charlatans out there, and many people who get into a clinical study, be careful, consult a qualified medical practitioner, put that on the record, have benefited without having to go to a traditional medical, constructs of a hospital.
Right.
To have benefit.
And then there were the reluctance to talk about it because of the illegality of it, unfortunately. And, if you have a job that is Anthony Back published a arrest by people angry at them because of COVID in the hospital. And they were spit upon and they were attacked viciously sometimes in the hospital. They had PTSD, but just medical support. So they did a clinical study that was published last year. So society, the emotional harm that they experience, angry people return many of them back into the medical profession, with a, healing from that. So you realize aggression and anger, the advantage, Simon, I think, just like the pebble in the pond of a tragedy creates ripples of distress. When someone who is highly adversely affected, angry officer by the name of Sarko from Boston, just received his religion for using psychedelics. So he is a police officer, and his police, he has been an advocate because he saw Sarko. Love to have him on the show sometime. He can really speak authoritatively to other law enforcement officers. But our CMP officer friend invited me to his favorite psilocybin mushroom shop in Vancouver. I couldn't believe it. We walked in this psilocybin mushroom shop. They didn't know who I was, thankfully. And they were selling the stem and stack, which was kind of weird because I had my name on it. And we walk in there and say, this is where I tell all my law enforcement officers to come by. I said, I'm sorry, I trust position this, how does this work? Somebody. I know they have a warrant out for them. And I say, I always walk up with a smile on my face. Never harsh. Why the smile? Tell me the good news. The good news is you can finish a cup of coffee. Oh, okay, what's the bad news? Dude, I gotta arrest you. And he goes, the threat level for the safety of the law enforcement and the cooperation that they get in the squad car when they're shooting this shit with law enforcement officer. I know you're doing your job, but wow, thank you for being so nice arresting me.
threat of making arrests.
That makes sense. It doesn't
Makes sense.
escalate.
It doesn't escalate. They de-escalate it. And he goes,
In all conflicts involve more people. It doesn't. They're not. It's not just this is the only way to react to something. It's how you react, how they react.
well, I have faith in humanity. I've seen that.
I do too.
I have seen the best. And it also helps them resolve a lot of the baggage. You think of the inflammatory actions of you did something and you don't want to tell anybody about that.
Yeah.
You inadvertently harmed somebody and you went off the deep end, you harmed somebody else. There's a cascading event of harm.
Yeah.
And when these people are resolved, like, that was a bad chapter in my life. I had one really bad day, or maybe a series of them, but that does not define who I am as a person. And it's not in the past.
Yeah, that's the perspective we should all have. And that's the thing that we should all strive because of that.
Well, the medical community has come together on this. On psychedelics, the law enforcement communities come together. You know,
We're in a positive direction.
I don't like it, but I shouldn't say that. But I went through my background check, and the DEA has such a sense of humor. I said, okay, Paul, you come out clean. You don't have a record. Everything is fine. You know, but we have to talk to you about something that happened in 1994 in Des Moines, Washington.
Really?
Yeah. What happened in 1994 in Des Moines, Washington? He said, are you sure you don't remember? And they're role playing here. I didn't know it at the time. I go, no, I don't. Remember. Sometimes, you know, and they just roared with laughter.
They're just fucking with you.
They're fucking with me. What they told me is that we don't know shit about mushrooms. Psilocybin. We're an enforcement agency of the law. We want to go after syndicates. We want to go after these, you know, these comes to money trend. Once you involve money, then the DEA is going to be involved. Right? We have strict guidelines. I had a DEA license, you know, 1975, 1977, 78. Dr. Mike Abuki, they were college, and they were much more liberal. I mean, wrote tons of series of conferences. I was the only one that had a DEA license. So we did these conferences, collecting all these guys together with alcohol. Back in the 1970s, we were afraid that a SWAT team would break down the doors. Perry, you have all in New Mexico, they legalized the prescription of psilocybin. This movement is a democratic movement for the freedom of conscience. So, to be able to, and where do you draw individual use from religion?
issues. Psilocybin mushrooms are very I feel that. So I think the government needs to back off. If you're using it for your spiritual development, whether you're Christian or Islamic, you know, or Judaic, you know, this is your spirituality. Reduces crime, it reduces harm, potential for violence, and psilocybin long and there's heart issues. And I think through the conversations that you and I have had, and you've had on many other podcasts as well, gotten done in educating people is enormous. But let's be very careful with that. I'm a one knowledge keeper, literally in a string of knowledge keepers. Yes. So many people have died, been harmed, indigenous people. The tour. Future, the best of them. You're doing just that. So thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Experience. Podcast by night. Unexpected. Over a period of time, we just got closer and closer and closer. Very brotherly. And the last public appearance Emmanuel ever made was my wedding. Amateur and pro level too.
That you're really not going to get day in, day out through an entire camp. You really
But we can consider the privilege I had. The expert commentators I work with, starting with Ray.
Yes.
That's one perspective. And gravitating through George Floyd, Roy Jones, Emmanuel's in there, and to me was the best. I agree with you. Public responded more to Roy and Ray, and they were good. But Emmanuel taught me more, because he was totally well-rounded.
Yeah.
As a human being as well as a boxing trainer.
back on the microphone. That doesn't make any sense. You were the best in the business. HBO was the best in the business. And when they stepped away from boxing, I was really heartbroken.
What happened? We go from a situation where the television networks have the authority and the self-belief to choose the commentators the way they want to.
Yeah.
Then you get into a more subdivided and widely Mayweather was
He's also excellent. That's another conversation.
and now he's back.
Yes, it's nice. And Andre Ward. The good thing about boxing was that HBO was completely independent from these promoters.
And the bad thing about boxing is that the fighters don't get paid as much on the undercard fight, get paid as much coming up, as is the case in the more broadly organized UFC universe, right?
Yeah, there's a difference. Yeah, there's a giant difference in the undercard pay. But
I learned that from Joe Rogan.
he would just say, when's the main event? When is Canelo fighting? And you didn't. The other stuff is just not. UFC, you look at it like, oh, who's fighting first fight of pay-per-view? There's 5 fights on pay-per-view. First fight of pay-per-view is a banger. And the seats are packed, and everybody's excited to see it.
Every single tributary and every single meaningless pocket in the boxing world. And
That's a lot.
that's a lot.
It's a lot to follow.
And it took time. And frankly, I decided it would be distracting to me to try to keep up at sports at once. This is the one where I make my living. This is the one where the audience identifies me. This is the one that's on HBO.
Yeah.
And I know that Dana, in particular, is said by some to
There he is.
have been quite upset that he had to deal with
What
HBO
up, Pimp?
and the deal with HBO.
Good.
Are you ready to do stand-up?
In an hour and a half. I should probably leave in about half an hour.
All right, you ready to play until then?
I can play quickly.
All
Hey,
right.
Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
So I've been practicing where my biggest score on the IQ test is, and I'm doing really, 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 really fucking well.
Okay, but I mean, that's not really like if you study for the IQ test, then it's not as accurate.
Do you study for it? It doesn't matter.
Doug, are
If
you
you
ready?
study for an IQ test and you score the highest IQ, does it still count?
No.
Then tell that to the person with the highest IQ in the world.
All right, I'll do it next time I look in the mirror.
people who don't score beforehand?
Some don't.
Some don't. Some do.
Okay.
Are you still a genius if you score a genius score? But you study for the
Are you serious? Are you serious? To go become the greatest comedian in the history of mankind. Zoot, will you please record it? Yeah, just you don't have to necessarily even record the video. Just record the audio and the lack of laughs.
I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Who's the married Jack Paul? Like married Jack Paul?
Some speed skate.
No, Mongol Goa.
Is that a female?
Yeah, I went and saw her last night.
Get Jake Paul really angry at you. So he fights you.
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
Genius.
Yes. Please do that. Don't.
Zoot, what's your first
I don't
joke?
know what's not good.
What's your first?
I don't know what's not good.
Okay, well, I've sent invitations. What's your first joke?
You're gonna have to wait a couple hours.
You still don't have a joke, do you?
He's obviously going to talk about Bonnie Boy. And then they're stalking her on the Pornhub charts every day, just wondering how far she'll climb up.
Hey, Rob, private.
Just want her to be happy, is that what you said?
You scored the world record on IQ test. Does it still count? That's how in my words. That's like you.
I would say sure. Yeah.
You scored a high.
Yeah, why would it not count?
We don't have AI where you can just get an MRI scan and then they can tell you the actual. I just like do like this and they tell the person the best job in Futurama. I hope the future's like that where they can tell me what actual job I should be doing.
No, you'll find a career. I thought you were working in private.
I find a job in them straight up.
You're a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, I'm stand-up comedian.
Dude, that's all stand-up comedians.
Yeah, you know what? I was watching that Tanner girl last night, and you know, it's like if this bitch is next bitch is dumb. Successful, I guess. Like the only reason she's successful is because of the men dumb enough to give her money. She's successful when she even did it on the stage because straight men are dumb as fucking first, you know, to give her money. She pretty much went on about that for like 20 minutes.
Would you call across a mile of broken glass. This woman farted on a walkie-talkie. Yes or no?
No.
But you're into girls drinking your pee out of a condom.
They never got married. It was bad. Did it for publicity. She just got lucky. But like, it was kind of funny. Like,
You fucking judge.
I went there basically just because I knew there was going to be a lot of women there and it'd be a good place to pick up women. But then I went there and I realized like these women have to act you about talk to you if it's drunk or fucking dark.
So they were cool. That's not really sexual though. That's more like
It's been a while since a woman touched me. So
because you couldn't finish inside her mouth.
that was 2 months ago.
All right. Well, that's not like that long.
That's a long fucking. I suppose you haven't had sex in like 3-4 years, right?
That's okay. I have quite a cruise on that for a while.
I mean, are you gonna fuck women on stream and you go viral?
Word, dog. And see that it's working on like a recording. A secondary device, just in case.
Should be enough.
It's Zoot.
Any vague topics you're going to talk about?
Yeah.
So, what's your first joke? Is it from? Is it from Bonnie Blue?
Yeah, sorry, I called it set your invitation.
Just play this one round. Zoot, do you have questions?
You can't do an email and do this.
Zoot, I'm gonna record it.
Yeah. Good.
You're sure? Because I don't believe you. I think it's gonna go wrong, and you'll be like, "Oh, my battery was low, or some bullshit."
Yeah.
Zoot, what?
Oh, see, no bullshit, Zoot. We need the recording. Oh. All right. Good luck.
Best wishes, dude.
And get some bad bitches' phone numbers too.
Bitches who will drink your pee out of a condom.
Oh, that's fun. Group session.
Zoot, I hope you kill. I hope you absolutely dominate these people.
Yeah, I will.
Their way.
And that was the last time we heard him.
There is no. Okay, so give me some odds. I need some odds. What are the odds that he actually gets on stage?
Get chicks. Don't have a car.
He isn't allowed to drive. It's probably one of the reasons why he can't get laid, or it's why it's difficult for him to. It's like very severe when he drives.
Like it aggravates him.
Yeah. Also, something that aggravates his symptoms are being in front of large crowds.
Wow, you said that?
Yelling like randomly, and then I guess everybody else knew it was like no, he has Tourette's, and I was like, I'm like, you mean that? And they're like, nope. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, that is a very strange. That is like one of like the strange.
Especially the words that he says.
Yeah, it could get him into trouble if he says like.
He just randomly comes in here and says the N word somehow. That's like How long, man? Classic, pool, 60, freestyle, 210.
Number one. Yeah, whatever.
And I do have dyslexia. And I've got a. You know that was fucking legit.
Let's see your. As long as you don't get the red one, I'm good.
We have yet to have anybody win. One is super easy.
In the hole.
Are you going to put in the 20 or the 10? Do the 20. Do the white one.
You're pressuring me to make it.
Yeah, try the white one.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, still, that black one in the corner is like impossible.
No, that was like a.
Get it, dude. Get
There
it.
we go.
Get it. Get it.
Go.
We have somebody. What do you want? 120, 160, 210. Australian band.
AC/DC.
Excellent. What's your second favorite Australian band?
I don't know.
Jet is the answer. And big back, blue, long blonde hair. She's with me, and I'm
There we go.
Be My Girl is the other one.
No!
It's a band called. It's like got a funny name, like something.
Everyone knows.
Of course. This.
Missed it. Missed it. Yeah, you better have that recording thing. He doesn't get scared last minute and run away for like 30%. Somehow makes
Hilarious. And then he.
What day is it today? On Monday?
The 3 points, son.
I was running out of options. He's going for the ones back there. Oh, fuck.
Look how sick that shot was. I don't need. No way. Go, baby.
Oh, fuck.
And it dropped a white one? It's kind of harsh.
Yeah, I got it.
Go, baby. Go, baby.
Ooh. I still have a long way to go.
It was
That was
brilliant. It was one of the most brilliant because look, you don't have an easy shot. Miss it. Miss it. Looks like you have to get.
Yes,
I'm not nervous at all. I'm gonna clear this board. You should be the nervous one.
20, 40, 60, 80, 90.
You know that this is impossible.
Go for the white one. Go for the white one. Wow.
You know that this is impossible.
This is an easy shot. You're not gonna make it.
If I do, it would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game.
Not even close. Oh fuck. Wow. Wow.
Comeback, and the first ever where I didn't get the red puck or the red thing. I can't believe I won that game.
That's fair. Okay, you're syncing up.
All right.
The tension was high.
How did you blow such a big lead?
Could you do table soccer?
After this game, yeah.
I already canceled it.
Oh, okay. Then I'll send you a table soccer invite. Have you ever won table soccer?
I don't know. You're the one where it switches like who gets to shoot.
Tactical?
I don't know, I guess. Wait, can you shoot multiple?
Like that.
Yeah, but now my fucking thing is like. Okay. The freaking passage that I can.
Look, I'm not going to teach you how to play the game. What the fuck was that?
You can't do it twice in a row.
Get it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Fuck.
How come it's not like sticking to them and stuff? This is some weird version of the game.
No, it's not. It sticks to them when it's...
What's the one where you can pass it to them?
You can pass it to them in this one.
Oh. I don't remember it being this impossible.
You can't score on the first shot. In this one. In the other
No. Fudge.
What are you gonna do? You have a big.
Oh my god.
You ready to see a good pass?
Oh, it's just good to know. My Benzo here.
Do you know what an attack is?
No one knows. Why did I go to 2?
I don't know. I guess it just goals to win. How many?
3 or 4?
Okay, 4's not an option. So
3. Sure.
widest river in the world.
It's in South America by like Buenos Aires or something. So
Did I tell you this?
yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like the Silver River. It's like it's got Buenos Aires on one side, got Mount Video on the other side. Which I don't know. I think it means Mountain View or something. One of the greatest passes in the history of this game, and
Nice. You knocked my
Look at this pass. You ready to see this?
Bullshit.
You to
That
see
was
this?
not intentional.
Oh, it for sure was.
Okay,
Correct.
good. Might be cooked here.
Nope. Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
All right, look at this move.
Probably stole it from some guy. Your thing. And try to pass it back to yourself.
Yeah.
You're fine. Bullshit.
What's bullshit about it?
Touch my fucking paddle thing.
Look at this goal. See that?
Oh. Wow. What? Okay. Went right by him. Uh, Sorry now, if I were you.
No, I'm not
Oh,
nervous.
there.
Dude, you're not gonna you're not gonna score.
Oh, bullshit. There you go.
Watch this pass.
Oh my god.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
I don't have a win in this game? What the fuck?
You
Well, I haven't played it much.
attack 3 goals to win. 3 is one. Do you know why I play as Wales? Why I play as
I think you told me, but
because Burundi or Burma is not attack. Oh, you fucked me. Open
no,
goal.
I didn't. I gave you a goal. Some annoying phrase you keep.
It is so annoying. It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't use alliteration. I'm surprised I use it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, that would have been sick.
Oh, you're cooked.
Are you gonna score? No way. What a beautiful shot, dude. That was sexy. Look at this move though. Oh, that counts as a pass? I don't know why it wouldn't.
That's bullshit.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh, fuck off. That's some bullshit.
I've never played like that. That was great. In the future, I always just kick it to the other guy. Oh, wow. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yo, why is my defense? Oh no, I'm offense.
What are you doing? You did a good job of it. You know it's actually illegal. I did not know this in soccer. Like soccer usually has pretty simple rules. I did not know this though. For one team to build like a little wall around the ball and just like protect the ball carrier. Did you know that?
Oh, like in Kicking and Screaming, where they're like, just blocking anyone who comes in the circle.
Yeah, that's an illegal strategy. What the fuck did you just do, son?
I missed a golden opportunity. Might be kicking and screaming.
What else did you
Yeah, old school is very funny.
Blades of Glory?
No, might be my favorite.
I agree. It is very fun, and it might be my favorite.
Chad Michael. What the fuck is this?
Chad Michael
Barely
Michaels.
taking fucking time. Did you break my clock? To
Chad Michael. I love that movie. Full scenes from it. I don't love it. Like Step Brothers to me is a funnier movie. Did you see that pass? Dude, I have an open goal. This is really sad.
Yeah, you're getting way too like this.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Cooked. Oh, damn it. No, let's do pool. Like,
Pool sucks.
not on pool. No, pool's fun.
I'm terrible at it.
Everyone loves.
Balls are stripes and not because they're
Where you hit for like 1 second.
that way. Like not that shot, son. There you go. You're playing like
Thanks,
a
coach.
G. Like
Like
a G. Kid shot.
I
Dog.
mean, I even get it earned, dog. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell the fine name is.
Dude,
I do have some fine name without it.
you're playing like Joe Rogan.
Oh, I just sunk the ball. Nice.
What a win. What a great win. You have
Are
0
you
wins?
serious?
What the fuck? How do you have 0 wins?
We've played this game like 3 times. Some I've lost all the time.
I didn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, that's one of the rules. So you can't sink the ball for some reason. Oh.
The table's open, son. Baby, you always.
Sorry.
Look how sick this shot's gonna be.
Oh.
I don't really have a good shot. Bank shot, kiss shot, combo shot. How'd you like that, son? Bank shot, kiss shot, combo shot. Dog. I also have a which one's the 8-ball.
You're colorblind?
No, it just
Or hard to see?
was that the 8-ball? You're clearly better at it than I am. I can't believe I'm.
Yeah, maybe this will be the first win.
Oh, yeah. This game. Combo shot.
Is it like a double combo shot? Fuck.
You just son.
Right there. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that. Oh shit. One more.
Yeah, but how do I hit it?
Oh, you might crash here. You're gonna. Oh.
How do I hit this ball?
You're touching it right now. No? You just scratched and you almost knocked mine.
I failed to hit a solid first. This is like in Karam or Karam when the other guy has like all the points and you can basically put anything in, but you have to put them in.
They're very similar to It's very similar to Karam.
I agree. Why don't you play Moncala?
It just seems like boring. I don't know.
No way.
Could be
No way.
a win here.
No way. You're going to miss. This is a tough shot. Don't miss.
coast advantage.
You think I dedicate this shot to Zoo? Oh shit.
Who? I haven't seen it.
You got a 9, son.
I'll take a 10.
Fucking serious?
Oh, I should have aimed above her.
I dedicate this to Zoot and his comedy career. Like my emojis.
Cool. Shell there. No.
That sucked. Why would you do that? What in the fuck? 3 points? You should win for
There
that.
we go.
You should win for that.
Um, God,
That was not good.
wow.
Why don't you play with the bonus on?
You set up the game.
I know, but I just did it the way that
Pretty nice shot.
what the
This thing's so sensitive. Like it'll go like.
thanks, baby. I'm in a perfect position. I have a lead 3-0.
Go. I'm not even sweating. Yeah, those are coming off the board. One.
Thanks, baby.
Fuck.
Get your shit off the board. Bye. What are you doing? What are you doing?
If I landed that in the 2x, I would have won.
If ifs was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Oh, come on. Fucking thing.
You lost.
Alright. Alright.
Bonus or no?
Yeah.
Why don't you like Moncala?
Prom is infinitely better.
It's corrupt.
I just said that.
No, you said Karam. But it's pronounced the part side.
No, it's pronounced the Parthians.
It will be in the future.
Oh, that was a mistake. Get your shit off the board.
It's tied, baby. Thanks for the free points. I bet you should just give up.
Wait, what? How are you?
Right. So I guess it was 4 players, 5 holes,
5?
but I'm gonna do 3, 2, 1, and then do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Risers in. Oh, tight.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fun. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just go off.
It's not bad.
No, it's makeable.
This is the shot you have, though.
Definitely not. Him. When these guys do
This?
no.
Huh?
You made my shot even better.
Are you reacting to your own emoji?
Oh, for
Or
sure.
did you just put the emoji in your name?
Look how sick this shot is. What happened to Arton's ball? how good my shot was. Your shot sucked.
Get in.
Your shot.
Yeah.
I would quit if I were these people. You are much better than me, but I can always win. That's what Landrish says. He has my favorite kind of art. He has my favorite kind of art.
Oh, he does actually. What's that called again? Like shitty French minimal cubeless
Pierre Morat or something like that.
Alright.
Look how sick
That's
this.
funny.
Look how sick this shot is.
It's not even at all close to the greatest shot.
Your shot.
Damn it. My shot was amazing.
I don't think
You'll see why it was amazing in just a sec.
my shot is. My shot without it is better than everybody's right now. I had best shot because I can go like this, stop, and just be perfect. Perfect shot. You can't put your ball there. That too. Better than your shot. This shot is. Serious? Stay.
Oh,
Not as bad as your shot. Your shot is fucked. You're so far back. What are your thoughts on Scotty Scheffler when?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
Oh, is that on?
he won it today.
No one watches the British Open in 2025. Okay. As long as he doesn't sing.
He's gonna. I'm gonna distract him.
Oh, I have 275 coins, dude. I can buy one of those things.
And then we both do it to people. Is he gonna go? This is what I'm talking about. This is why I hate playing with these people.
Or we can quit and find some good people. Rebel.
This shot is.
With that.
Go in the water. The water.
Oh. I haven't played this one. There's like 2 wins and he's logging.
How good this shot was. Stop.
Oh no, you're gonna have to like revoke me or some shit.
I don't know what into
What
the
was that?
Did I water bump you? Oh, baby shot. What an amazing.
You didn't make it. You want to see how to make it?
Yeah. You're going to put my ball in. I had a perfect game. No, I didn't.
It's not that bad.
It's like this shot is. So good.
No.
Do you know what I'm going to? You know what I'm going to.
No water bump?
You know what I'm going to do.
Try and win, so
I am.
game,
Look at the scoreboard. I'm trying to win. Oh, fucker. This is my. You are much better than me, but I can always win. I don't think I can.
Fucking luxurious.
I thought that when good. Look at that.
Perfect.
Look at
Alright. Get the join thing up and then do it.
okay, but I think it's smarter to do.
Three holes. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm gonna hit the thing in 3, 1, go. Oh, you're.
Shit. Elliot, did you find the game?
I resigned. Yeah.
Wait, not letting me resign. It's waiting for players, so just try to join this game. There's one more spot.
Why doesn't Ran have a picture?
A hacker.
It's perfect. Fuck, dude.
You like the angle? Oh, did he change his profile picture to green?
Of the tree? Or of the
Background
Of
of,
the-
it?
of the now it went away.
That's funny. His profile picture might be the exact shade of green.
Oh, are you fucking
Fuck did
what are you doing? What happened to Iran?
go in?
You missed. I thought you said that Go, baby.
Oh, no!
That was
I was gonna shoot the red ball.
miss. If I don't make this, I'm gonna.
Oh. Fuck that up. Nice.
RJ 69. RJ
You're
69.
Holes in the freaking game. Like, you don't have to be so clandestine about the fucking hole that you went at. I'm not asking you how you went home.
Describe it. I guess you start in the bottom right. You start. There are two lakes. And it's really hard to make it through the middle of the lakes. I'm never the teal ball.
Yeah.
What happened, dude? This cunt. See, this isn't your first rodeo. I hate this. Oh. It's both. Looks like a P. Look at this shot.
Oh. You're off your game today.
Yeah, because I'm Look how sick this shot is, though.
There was
Nope. You win, though.
don't waterbomb me.
You can.
Yeah,
You've got an opportunity. Do you know that the new iOS is gonna... Oh, fuck you, man. You're gonna be able to have it wait on hold for you.
Oh. Wait, what? What do you mean?
It's going to... Like, you can be on hold with, like, I don't know, we'll just tell you when somebody picks up.
They already have that with some things. It's called a callback.
Yeah. You
Or when do you feel like one is there not enough pieces?
I like
Every time there's like
dedicate this shot to Laura Ashley Home.
should be a little thing. Oh, what the hell?
I dedicate this shot to Betty Davis.
Oh,
I dedicate this shot to Lacey Jorgensen.
eventually you're gonna have to try and break up the clump in the middle. No.
Eventually, I don't have to do shit. Are you proud of that shot?
Quiet on the Quran field.
It's a board.
Please don't just
Welcome. How are you?
Hey, is that Zoot?
Is that Zoot?
I apologize. I ended up going there late. Can't perform tonight.
Told you he was gonna fuck it up.
I was passing there late, and I can't perform because I'm too late.
I told you he was gonna fuck up. I said that. I said that. That was my prediction. That was
I have enough weight to write a fucking joke.
that was exactly what I predicted would happen. Are you fucking serious?
I was like, he's gonna get scared before he goes on, or he's gonna not.
I said.
Fuck it up.
I said. He's got to.
Really wanted to go.
He's got to walk and take the bus and take the train. There's too much to go wrong.
You've been hyping this up for like a fucking month, and you don't even show up for the job. No, whatever. There's always tomorrow, right? Take that win. That game.
I was distracted by
Like a
Zoot.
long. You got whooped there. I'm just trying to go first. Oh, unless Rabbi does that and hit him. No, you're absolutely correct.
Get it.
No. Oh my god, that's so bullshit. Why is the red one? Oh, you saw.
Look how sick these shots are.
Go for the white one to tell you which one you have to finish with, okay? White one along the side there. Nope, you didn't do it. You lost. Why did you not go for the one I was telling you?
I did. I went for the one.
Yo, you fucking break. Come on. Stop. Oh. Get it in. actually full force. No, Rabbi. What part don't you understand about that? There you go.
Oh, I'm not. What?
That was terrible.
Are you proud of that shot?
I got 2 of them in.
Yeah, and you should be. You should be very proud of that shot.
Sink some of your shitty white discs so they're not blocking all my shots.
Karam.
There's only 10 people in the Moncala one?
No, it's more. Dude, what the fuck is with all the shit?
That's not gonna happen.
You're gonna hit in all my balls.
No.
My balls. Thank you. And go. All right, you ready for this?
Oh, now I'm fucked. Goddamn. No!
Not as badly as you did, son.
I don't think you're gonna make this next shot.
I might make multiple. the first person ever win with the red. Why are you playing so shittily?
It shouldn't have happened. I don't know. I didn't realize you just I got I got a restart. Put a white one down. Give a negative point.
Years.
A few years.
Yeah, I used to drink wine on camera, but I just use grape juice. Yeah, I don't like the alcohol, so. But yeah,
You don't like beer?
no, it tastes like garbage to me.
Oh, okay. I actually do enjoy the taste of beer. I don't think it's like the greatest thing. I do like it, but I don't drink very much. It makes me feel like shit. So you've been sober for like 2 years, you'd say?
2 or 3 years. Yeah. Maybe even 3 years probably.
Do you intend to be sober the rest of your life, or
Fuck no.
it's just a temporary?
Fuck no, it's just alcohol's really expensive. And I don't have the budget to just be drinking a whole bunch. Are you fucking serious?
What alcohol are you buying? I
Wine?
buy like the hobo beers for like, which is like, well, they don't have those, but like equivalent of $40 for like 6 beers that are malt liquor.
I mean, I don't like to drink like that though. If I want to drink, it's usually for.
So you can't. Religious reasons.
Correct.
Does it say in the Bible or in the Jewish Bible? Now I might actually win this time. I'm over for a win.
You're done. I have shitty cards.
You've done it before, right?
A ton. Floor of the house. Um, um, not where like anybody to me or anything like that. Not good. Um, and got really fucked up. Took a shower, and my roommate knocked on the door and was like, "Are you okay? I hear you in there." And I was like, "Yeah, I just like threw up." And then and um, what excuses are you using?
Gave me like 4 and bullshit. I'm getting murdered here.
You just need to play well. That's all. I mean, there's just a key, and it's just about playing well.
Thanks for the tutorial. How the fuck do you spell femur? God damn it.
FEMUR.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck does fem mean?
No one knows.
Daryl. SIF. And that's like
No.
an acronym.
And it's not. I mean, I don't even know if that's what that means. All I know is that I have more.
Like a 3W with that 18. That would be. Well, get the fuck out of here.
Dude, I have the worst letters. It means like chi means like your spirit in Chinese.
No, I know that's the word, but I can't build off that word.
Yeah, you can. Taxi.
Yeah, there's an M above it.
I know. That's why I said taxi. That was my joke.
Did you swap or did you find a
Team.
real? How many fucking E's is it giving me? What the fuck? don't have fucking letters or this shit. Not a fucking word.
Bye.
B is not. What the fuck is that?
It's like dicks.
Oh.
Are you either gonna come back? Don't do that. Oh, but I was just gonna say, why isn't it more points than that?
X didn't count. What? Really annoying.
No one knows what you're saying. Want to hear about the fighter and the kid?
No. Not to be rude, but no.
You don't want to hear about
I know
Brendan
you love
Schaub?
it for some reason.
You love it.
I don't know about that.
You love it.
Hurry up. running out of words. Oh, was going for a connector with a ZOG. Did you really have an S?
Oh, fuck. Why you ever beat me at this game?
I'm not very good at this game. You didn't double my score. That's like a luck.
It should be. You had a Q? Hold on. Yeah, you're right. All right, you ready to play darts?
Okay. 100.
Let's see how good you are. That was a 3. That was a 3.
Oh my god.
You got a total of 3.
I think it's easier on the phone, to be honest. You could bust though, and then I win, right?
I'm sexy as fuck, dog. I bust all the time. Watch though. Are you game in a row?
Oh, bullshit. Fuck.
I busted. 0, 20, 20. Are you proud of that? Riser's turn. That's a 20. That's a 20. That's a good score. I'm gonna sneak 1. That's okay.
It doesn't matter.
0.
What?
Busted. You
I hit the
busted.
bullseye.
Yeah, you did.
How? That's bullshit.
I dedicate dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
What the fuck, Drat? You got, one, and then
You don't have to get any.
yeah,
You're in trouble, bro. You're definitely in trouble. Because I'm gonna get this one, double 20.
close. Now we're both going for the seed one. There we go.
Are you proud of that shot?
Does it go to overtime if you make it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Closest to the middle, son. You're fucked. Because I'm amazing. Dude, that's a good score. That probably is gonna win. Good win.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Are you ready for this?
I did.
501 easy. No pro double. Oh no. No. Hold on. 101 easy. Just the normal way.
Is it a double? Is it a double?
We will. You're up.
This isn't a double up.
No. $20.
What the fuck?
You busted, dog.
Where did I hit the red?
Yep. Are you fucking serious? So are you ready to hear about Brendan Schaub?
Why?
Because
The pro blood is bullshit.
word, dog. How did I bust? Oh, because How did I find? Dude, I hate this pro W shit. Do you know what kind of comeback I need right now?
No. Alright,
All right. Oh, dude, play the, it's off. Yeah, 2 players than you. So you want to match 3 across, 3 up, or 3 diagonally. Tap to rotate, slide to move, slide up and down to drop. Ready for you to be like, oh, I didn't know how to play. Well, this sucks. Fucked. I see what you're doing. You can see what I'm doing on the left. You're fucked. You are fucked. You're built.
at this.
I don't know why you can't rotate it. I think that might be like copyrighted or trade copyrighted.
Yeah, this game sucks.
You suck. We're playing again. We hate all the. You want to play basketball? I've beaten Zoo in basketball basketball. Okay, we're gonna play 3 rounds. Riser, you have an invitation. Go on with your bad self. Let's see how many you miss. 5, 4, 3, 1. Go. That's go. One make. Oh, that was awful. 2 makes. You have 2 makes. Oh, you're fucked. Just give up. I made him. You're blocking your microphone. What'd you say? You were blocking your microphone.
Yeah, I can't hear you. You're blocking.
You were blocking the microphone. 1. That's a miss. That's a miss.
What the?
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make.
That's
That's a miss.
bullshit.
You got 2.
This game is actually terrible.
Why do you?
It's up and it flicks it like sideways.
Look how sick I am. Are you seeing this? Zero.
What the fuck?
Zero. You got 0 points.
That
1, 2, 2, 1. Did you just resign?
yeah.
All right. Reload. 2 players, 3 rounds. Play me till you beat me. You're done, son.
We're not doing that.
Play me in cups. Cup pong.
Okay.
You're doing really well.
No.
I agree. Trust me. The score is 7-6. That's a miss. That's a big miss. A major miss.
What the hell?
A major miss. Perfect.
That was one of the worst shots.
Here we go, baby. Get one. That's too far. It's over for you. This game is.
Alright, this sensitivity is fucking bad.
It is really tough.
I don't like the game.
The sensitivity is very tough. Games in the world.
Yeah, no one knows that.
It's in the Wikipedia. Are you done? Are you done?
Power seeds, 2 rows, hold, houses, ring on the other side, pockets. Encounter the player store, fill S through the positive in the player. Placed in an empty pit on the players by player. Alright, we can try it. Let's see. Post advantage, fuck off.
It was actually random.
Post advantage.
Dog, it was random.
Well, you still have post advantage.
You're up, big. Good job.
I'm aware. You just fucked my shit up, dude.
Yeah, because I'm sexy like that, baby.
Fuck. I'm trying to kill him. Okay.
You're up, pimp.
You than any of them.
Thanks, baby.
I wish there was like cool where you could actually like start so hard for you.
Well, you suck.
Fan. Yeah, Around the World is a good song, but I feel like they don't. That's literally like that.
They don't suck.
Can you name 5?
La Vida Loca, or La, what is it called? La Vida La Vida La.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything that you do. Yellow.
Yellow, great song. Yeah, my brother.
Our representative.
I feel bad. I mean, I feel like he was going to. Yeah, you should just break up with him. Yeah.
You want to see a sniper shot?
Go make it, big dog. Go get it in the cup, big dog.
Just this move. Fuck me. Look at this move.
Ready to see this sexy butt?
No.
Boom. Oh, I still have to cover it.
It's an easy cover, son.
I have to make like all four now.
I don't really know why the queen exists. I do know that you just fucked up. Major. Oh, no, you didn't. I can't believe that went in.
You're like, I could one of yours and just for the measure. How does it feel to lose like 3 in a row?
Dude, I play me in freestyle 120. Hey, how did the bowling feel? How did disco feel? Hey, how did...
You didn't play bowling. You literally
Hey,
said
hey.
oh.
I'm going to punish you.
Probably not.
I'm...
For... Oh, there's a clump there, so...
Get it.
Oh. Okay. This could be the game right here. Oh, colossal. Wonder. How does that feel?
Shut the fuck up.
Definitely like 4 in a row. Oh, another club. No one knows who. Zero people know.
You don't know who Brittany Griner is?
No, it sounds like down from any sweep the dance floor.
Nope.
No,
Get the red one.
no problem.
Go, go, go,
Oh no,
go,
no,
go.
no, no, no. I have to cover it. First.
Perfect shot.
Oh.
Oh, I fucking. This game doesn't count.
No, I'm in a world of trouble here.
I'm athleticism in motion. Fuck, man.
Oh. Okay. Here we go. 4 in a row. Oh, I'm sorry. No! Oh. There we go. Sorry, son. Right there. Red and sweet.
Misses that we've ever had the opportunity to witness.
Oh, I got greedy. I should have done. Wasn't doing.
It's Karam.
Oh, I'm one of. Oh. Five in a row. You're getting fucked. No, really?
Get in. Did that not go in?
That was really bad.
That was not good, dude.
That might cost me a game right there. You try sinking the red one.
I know what to do.
In trouble here.
Get in.
Do you like that shot?
It's only a 50.
Cover, cover, cover. There we go.
You're getting that in.
I don't play around, dog. Oh, I don't play around, dog. Unbelievable.
Let me go first.
This is. I haven't gone. I haven't gone first in like games. gays.
Why aren't you good at basketball?
Are you? Yeah, right.
That was a giant miss. I'm gonna win now.
Oh, thank you. Quite remarkable. I'm just. Here we go. Like a very difficult shot.
My friend.
I think you might miss one of these. They're not too easy. Oh, oh. 7
I mean, if it's on that setting,
You are.
I
Been like the last 7 in a row.
not perfect.
Fine.
Yeah, this game sucks.
Great.
Terrible miss. So your brother went to a Coldplay concert. Yeah, how about you shut the fuck up? Oh,
It's 30 points here. I only need 30 to win.
says random.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe if it's like freestyle 120, I always start or something.
Yes, that was 8 in a row.
All right. Great.
Oh, look, you got to go first.
It's like a
Rude as fuck. People's backstrokes.
is this like golf?
Yeah, it is.
How? Where am I gonna make this? How this?
Easy. No, no, no. What? That was bullshit.
What happened?
If you're playing like it's fine. Fucked up the board.
I don't.
You can resign. Would be one way to solve it. Just so we all know if he doesn't count, but we'll pretend it counts.
What happened?
Water under the bridge.
Dog, I don't know what you want to do.
You better get the red one in, right? Sink the red one. Good job.
What do you want me to do?
Now fuck this up. Now sink the... Fuck.
No.
That one didn't count.
Yeah, it did.
No one's counting.
It seems like if you start, you lose.
I mean, I gave you a gift right there with how those are set up. I think there's an element of luck, but sometimes you just don't have any good shot.
I don't even know what to do here. That was a good,
Fuck. Alright.
not a bad show. I mean, fancy.
Here we go.
I don't really know what to do though. What do I do? In basketball?
In Haram, you dingbat.
Dude, are you proud of that
Oh.
shot?
That would have been good. That was not good.
But then I put the thing in, but it was a red one, red cover.
I'm getting water. Oh. Thank you, sir. I thought you were supposed to win this game.
No, I didn't start. Or I started, so if I start, I lose.
That's the excuse.
Yeah, it's happened every time. Like 13 games in a row, the person who has started has lost.
You're good.
You go first. You're up, dog.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm just grabbing water.
Well, then I'm going to say, I've got a bunch of shit that I've got to do. And you prevented me from doing all of it. I have to pray in like 20 minutes. Are you done? Kaiser pitted its striker.
Alright.
Oh no!
Currently here. But I'm still.
Did the striker when I'm the one who did it?
Oh, fuck off. Wait, wow. I gave you that.
I dedicate this shot. Champion, baby.
Okay. What, 2 in a row?
All right.
1 in a row.
Freestyle 210. I have to go first. This is garbage.
210 is kind of hard because it's like overcrowded.
More shit to hit in, baby. What do I do now?
You pray that it goes. right.
Look at this shot. That was garbage.
Weird. Not doing that before.
If they did an update that destroyed its integrity.
Shadow update. There's a shadow for it.
You're firing.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I got the striker in. That's the objective. Notice how it says Rabbi pocketed a disc and not pocketed a crumb.
Well, people wouldn't know what a Quran is. What you gonna done? So easy shot. Don't miss.
No!
Dude, this game is fucked.
No, this is bull.
I could make this shot.
No, no one can make.
I would make this shot. This is too easy. Over. So if we add up all of the games, I won cups, I won basketball, I won Tetris, I won disco, I won darts, I won more archery. What are your thoughts on how well I played?
Bad.
It went away.
What are your thoughts on how well I played?
At Quran,
No.
I won. Like cigarette. I don't know why it's a game. I consider that like
Art. I consider it. I can.
more than like a game. I didn't even tell you, I think, that I got a call like a job, but I got an opportunity to paint a mural at this alleyway at a flower shop in my town. It's this alleyway that's north of the beach.
That's really cool, man. What are you gonna paint?
Just my like abstract patchwork inspired art.
Is it gonna be colorful?
And that's how it's gonna be more colorful than that the wheat shawl people's yarn are.
That's good. I mean, I think it should just be really colorful. That's all.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'll send you a photo when it's done,
Please do.
and hopefully I can leverage this to get more hero.
Tight, dude. I hope Zoot had fun at the comedy night.
I thought he was like trying to be like oh, I have to go in like 30 minutes. So like if you're pray that you don't get your ass whooped so hard next time. So later.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So, I wrote this small book back in 2012. Occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the news. I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and actually kind of like this book. But since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on everyone. That was written in 2016 on the first edition, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out with the book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using this book, the experience is more like reading some billboards and pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story all about how I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are wild. Some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it. Eventually, ended up finally becoming. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me negative one over here. Here we go. Oh, wow, that hurts, I have to say. But here we go. So here is August of this year. Again, these are all the first edition rights. A must read. Nice. Wow. A wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Talmud language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective, intertwined personal helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, and those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It's a story of learning humility and self-awareness. Is true. That's what I'm trying to get to, anyways. Scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of the discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of one here from Daniel Reidler. It's in like recommended 4, which is 4. Someone with rudimentary to no knowledge to the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also quick read. I think those are 3 pretty accurate discussions here. If you're interested in reading the book again for the Siyam Mashas, I think it still has some value. I guess have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
hope you're doing well. Back in 2012, for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5. 2019, we're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, to refresh. So I went back and I changed those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and I've released it again in a revised edition. And I actually kind of like this book, but since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative in this little book. That's good. So far, it doesn't sound like a negative review. Allowing Rabbi Abrahamson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading. The experience is more reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while you're ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales that that is in fact what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, what does it deal with, how has it been, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how it is very much a brief and personal introduction. On the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny. So even the negative part still has a little softer. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes, "Oh, wow, that hurts." So let's read some positive reviews so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Unyadi, who wrote in August of this year. Again, these are all the first edition, writes, "A must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud. Even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something." Ooh, that's nice. Story of learning humility and awareness is true. That's what. While at the same time showing non-inviting path to further exploration due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from the Talmud or other Jewish. Here's Aldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up less from his life. He doesn't tell us where the book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study Kurzweil has done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyum Mashat. I think it still has some value. I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching. That's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching. Very soon, the Yomi cycle will match up to the three most difficult tractates in the entire Talmud. They're known by the acronym IN. They are Eruvin, Yevamos, and Nedarim. These three tractates are among the most brain-teasing of the entire Talmud, and I have to say, the reputation is certainly true. Eruvin can be extremely difficult. Not, I think, as difficult as Yevamos, but nevertheless quite difficult. However, with all that, we're going to get you through with tremendous resources to help you understand even this more challenging tractate. My goal today is to give you a very short view of the history of Arab, in fact, the Jewish history, in just a few minutes to kind of give you a little bit of excitement about this kind of border that is created around Jew and allows the residents within that border to carry objects outside of their home on the Sabbath. This is something which is restricted heavily if you can walk from a private domain to a public domain. You can't carry things. But these rules are mitigated by the creation of one of these legal boundaries that makes it possible, for example, for women baby strollers, streets to go to school, things like that. But the one eine Streitfrage ausgenommen, a difficult argument question within its own triple discussion, extremely intense, and I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time. In this brief presentation, we're going to the modern period, however, things change dramatically. I'm referring really to